Alrighty then. Not the internet. I think it's StreamerBot playing up. Hello everyone, how are we all doing? Questions are closed a moment because we're trying to get the bot to work in a chatting way, but it's alternate history this week. And, Poodle. Poodle's very much certain that he is supposed to be here. Has been complaining he might not have been here because he was put away while I was doing other things. And, yeah. And he's currently taking great joy in wiping out my headphones. Alternate Poodle week. No. We're never allowed to have an alternate Poodle week. It's always got to be the same Poodle. It's always got to be the same Poodle. If it wasn't the same Poodle, we'd be in trouble. He'd be going to war with us. How's everyone doing? Hello, Chandel. Hello, Frank Bowell. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Rick. Hello, Timu, Fun Police. Hello, everyone. No, you are not demanding biscuits. You are not. Okay? You're not. This is getting podgy. Look how fat this is getting. That's because of you and biscuits. Yes. How are you doing, Dan?
I'm okay. Need to sort out something because I did two kind of bonus long days and only seemed to have a timesheet saying I did one over the last couple of days of minions revolting.
Oh.
So
that is fun.
Yeah.
That is fun.
They will get flight email.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not what else. Planned to go for a run today. Failed.
Okay.
That's about it. How about you?
Well, we have theoretically the bot working. We will see. And we have managed to sell one of the toilets, which I took out, and I had to take out the other toilet, and the person hasn't shown up. So my sister and Facebook marketing are interesting. We'll see what happens.
I thought you were going to say you'd sold the house in Epsom.
No, the house in Epsom has already sold, my friend. The house in Epsom has sold a while back. It cost us an extra 45 grand in interest, but it's sold.
And not just a toilet from that house, right?
No, everything sold. Yay! It's picking up YouTube questions. That is a good thing. It is picking up YouTube questions. And it still won't do. It still won't reveal who's on a stage for some reason. I have no idea why. But that's the joyous things that are.
It does work for reactive, which you are not currently using.
Not currently using. Probably will end up using at some point, but we're not currently there. We're still at the point of having fun. And I just had to explain to someone that, sorry, losses will happen in future wars, which someone finds absurd a thing. Apparently I shouldn't say that, because actually ships won't get sunk in future conflicts.
What?
Literally, someone is trying.
I didn't realize ships were immortal.
Well, apparently that shows that either we shouldn't be building ships because I have admitted that hypersonics might sink some ships, and also that I'm saying the only way we'll learn how to stop hypersonics is by losing ships, and that isn't what I said at all, but this is, of course, the internet. My comment section is usually slightly better than that.
I think we should go with my idea for that.
People also don't like me pointing out that there have been that in nicest way you could actually copy and paste some of the articles written about aircraft in the 1920s and use them to talk about hypersonics today. They don't like this as an idea. But anyway, hello Foxo, hello Dragon, hello Dan. Welcome to what is, and of course Runon, of course. Hello, how's the car going? Welcome to what is an alternate history pre-Christmas Bruships with the Brustorians. So, thank you everyone for being here. Hope you're all
Please
going to
note,
enjoy it.
I am not a Brustorian.
You're not a Brustorian? Do you not like Iron Brew?
She prefers Dr. Pepper.
Oh!
I'm part of the cult of Dr. Pepper and his prosperity gospel.
The trouble is, I think the Peppertorians might be the name for the Pepper Potts fan club, so I don't think we can use that. But I'll have a look in to see.
I don't know, it sounds haram.
Yeah, dear.
Okay.
I've never drunk either Dr. Pepper or Iron Brew, so yeah.
Well,
I don't believe the Iron Brew.
Dr. Pepper is a unique flavour.
I've already got 3 more converts to the Church of Dr. Pepper.
It's when people say things like, "Oh, it's a unique flavor," I kind of go, "I'm anticipating I won't like that." Then,
Well, it's unique because it says it's 27 different flavours of fruit, and I cannot not identify one of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's because they're not meant to be able to.
That's why I say it's a unique flavour. It's delicious, but
Because it was first
honestly
invented
can't
to
tell
hide the taste of medication.
it's why I say it's a unique flavour, because I honestly can't tell you what it's meant to taste of.
I don't
to
think
make
that's
cough
a good
syrup,
thing.
not. It's meant to make cough syrup, not taste like cough syrup.
That was in the days when cough syrup was a reasonable percentage opium.
Yeah. And from what I've read, it tasted like horrific.
And the question is, why didn't you just smoke your cough syrup then? Why have it as cough syrup you have to drink if you don't like, when people have been smoking opium for ages and obviously enjoyed it?
Because they clearly wanted to consume it in a different way.
Okay. Right.
Simple, am I right?
Yeah, I'm generally not in favour.
Okay, so this one I really should have tried to have Venom Geek Media here for this, because I didn't realise I was going to get the straight off from front Star Trek. Hello, Poodle. Mel. Hello. Just being casually pushed out the way by the Poodle.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hello. The Poodle has decided that he should be centered to the screenshot and saying hello to everyone.
I still love the fact that the poodle has a sweater.
Yeah, he's only the reason he's not wearing his Christmas sweater is because he got his Christmas sweater soaking today, so he has to go to a regular sweater for the moment. But we did get him out of his hoodie for about 5 minutes. Let's first do this, and then I will. So. Carver Gasberg, Venom infused. Why did Galaxy Pairs didn't use the Picard maneuver on the flanks to jump in, fry a ship or two and jump out? Because it's the Picard maneuver, and I presume for Star Trek captains to carry out a maneuver named after a captain is almost a desecration of honour, because it suggests that they have to actually listen to someone else. No, seriously, I think because doing it in the kind of battle melee you were in the Dominion Wars, it wasn't really a sensible maneuver, because jumping in like that into a scenario where you're going to be jumping in surrounded by professional forces like the Dominion Jem'Hadar is probably asking yourself to be surrounded, cut off, and annihilated. But I'm fairly sure Dragon is going to have quite a good perspective on this.
In particular, it's not exactly that simple of maneuver. It is a very short warp burst, which is doable. But as Dr. Clarke has said, when there is stuff being fired in all directions, trying to coordinate where your ships are, their ships are, and then a maneuver like that is remarkably difficult.
Yeah.
Like, all metrics, and to be brutally honest, when the ships are already at alert, yeah, it might help a bit, but I don't think the overall effect of it's going to make that much of a difference in comparison.
No.
It's pretty much only useful when you have a relatively short range, high damage weapon system.
I thought the whole point about the Picard maneuver was that it was only really viable against an enemy that didn't have decent FTL sensors.
Well, even then, it's not a matter of FTL sensors, as Data points out in the episode. It's honestly more comes down to prediction. Can you predict where the enemy is going to jump out and then intercept them?
But that was kind of the thing, was that it was mainly for use against people who couldn't respond in that way, so they couldn't predict properly where you were going to come out.
It has the scenario of it works, but it's not going to work against, I would say, an alert enemy in a battle who are full of professional, how to put it, Gemhead are not the type who are going to go, wow, that's amazing first. They're going to fire first, ask questions later. If you're against an opponent like that, that kind of maneuver doesn't tend to work out for you. Because whilst your systems are disorientated by the micro warp burst, whilst your systems are trying to recalibrating, they're just firing at you. Literally, they are just firing you. They're not doing this whole, we want to have a conversation about this. No, there's no conversation going on. There's just, we've opened up, we're firing. I think that's the problem. It's also, I would say, as Star Trek went on, the series went on, the opponents got more professional. And in many ways, I would say, in some ways, the Starfleet was almost made more professional when it came to science and engineering, but amateurish when it came to war, in contrast to them. To try and highlight that this was a scientific organization, which is why I really liked when, Section 31 came about, and they were sort of going, oh, this is so unnatural for us. You're still going, no, let's be honest. If you're this type of multi-planetary organization in a galaxy where there are the organizations there are on other people's, you're going to need your own version. Admittedly, I did avoid today having the Twitter confrontation with a person who claimed that MI5 were the UK's equivalent of the FBI. They're really not. They're the counterintelligence section of the FBI, but they're not the FBI. There was also a whole thing about how they were shocked and surprised to find that to find out that their close friend, who was a historian at Cambridge, had connections with MI5. The guy's listed as the official historian of MI5 on the MI5 website, and has been given a membership, has been inducted into MI5 for the purposes of being their official historian. So, and that was being done for the last 20 years. So, I'm not sure how this was suddenly a shock to someone. But we'll leave that to one side. The fact is, you're going to have these sorts of organizations. And again, we will not get into my personal rant of why wasn't there a Starfleet intelligence officer permanently from Starfleet intelligence, regular Starfleet intelligence, sitting on Deep Space Nine. Because I can't think of anywhere else more essential to have someone who has an intelligence officer role than Deep Space Nine sitting opposite a wormhole into another friggin' quadrant.
There should have been a Starfleet intelligence field office.
Yes! There should have been an entire team!
An ONI field office that was permanently assigned to.
But again, remember, not their prerogative, not they're legally allowed to.
We have corporate intelligence is literally a thing which exists. You can have civilian governmental intelligence.
Yes,
Problem. Bajorans don't like that. Bajorans are paranoid.
I know.
Okay.
This is the thing is,
who
but
said we were going to tell them?
This is the thing I find funny.
That's how you get kicked
Garrick
off Deep
there,
Space Nine.
who's an acknowledged spy. You have Quark, who's a traitor. You're telling me there's no one from a Starfleet world, a Federation member world, would set up a trading post there?
Not if anything about this is learned or can be remotely tracked back. You're then banned from Bajoran space.
Yeah, but that's kind of a risk versus reward scenario, and you do it as a fully deniable op. You have those people.
In their defense, one of the better people to probably have at your Deep Space Nine to lots of interesting starships coming through might actually be, because he was basically a naval constructor. Wasn't that what he'd been off doing for quite a while before he got the Deep Space Nine gig?
Who?
Cisco.
Cisco. No, Cisco is a... Honestly, Cisco should not have been in that situation. Basically just recovered from severe PTSD from the Borg and basically having his entire family murdered, apart from his son.
Yeah, he'd done some work on some ships, though. He had been involved in the design of the Finder and those things. There's also the fact is Chief O'Brien, we know he's had a background with Starfleet intelligence. You know, if there's anywhere you could have, Chief O'Brien could have been also simultaneously running a intelligence cell who just happened to be his engineering team, and I needed extra engineers.
And
was part.
Well, Dax has been many people before.
Yes, you've got people who could have been. And you would need the chief of your station to be part of your Starfleet command team, but you wouldn't necessarily have all the personnel be part of it. And you've got Quarks to meet in, where lots of people can be meeting in and having a nice conversation without all those things. There are lots of options there. And no, we're not getting started on Dr. Bashir, but it's just the thing I find annoying. We won't get into it too much. You could even go with Bajor where you'd like to set up a joint intelligence team to watch the Cardassians. And to make sure we're informed and you're informed of what the Cardassians are doing and share intelligence. And we'll run it from the base. We'll run it from Deep Space Nine. And the thing is, whilst the Bajorans would be paranoid about that, because they don't like intelligence, they would want the information. So it'd be probably one of those scenarios where they pragmatically agree. And that could get you some intelligence officers there, who might then just do double hat and do other things as well on the side. Michael Cooch. Take the worst feature systems from destroyers in Service Worldwide 1939, combine them as you see fit to build a destroyer that makes Hoche seem like a perfect design. What does it look like? French heavy guns on an Italian hull, German engines, and American torpedoes, and probably I'm going to be to extent charitableness, British high angle fire control.
You forgot the Japanese stability calculations.
No, it's destroyers from destroyers in Service Worldwide in 1939. So the trouble is the Japanese have got past the stability calculations and now in the lying about their destroyers wholeheartedly period of belief by 1930s. So
the destroyers were still in service. They'd just been changed, but you're going by the original plans because that's what you managed to get with your corporate espionage.
Yeah. Although, frankly, Italian hull combined with German engines and French guns and American torpedoes and British high-angle fire control, that's probably bad enough. Add Japanese 25mm, Japanese air defense weapons and air guns.
Oh, but don't discount the German 37mm semi-automatic AA gun. That's pretty pants.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got a poodle demanding pat tax. Stafford, what if the British Empire held on to the Sandwich Islands? How would that affect World War II and post-war economy? The Sandwich Islands.
That was the name for. I can't remember where they were. Which ones?
I know.
Off the coast of Australia.
They are still a British. The Sandwich Islands are South Georgia, and the Sandwich Islands they're in the South Atlantic. So I'm presuming it's different. You know, let's start off with North Sandwich Islands. No.
I suppose.
There is the Cook Islands. There's also one in the Pacific on the archipelago of Vanuatu, but I would go for Cook Islands. I'm presuming Stafford's meaning the Cook Islands. Okay.
Can we just confirm that the bot's picking up questions? Or are we closed questions currently?
No, the bot should be picking up questions.
No, the bot's getting questions.
Okay, because it just hasn't been responding to a couple.
There's a high latency on.
Yeah, it's taking a while to acknowledge that it's picking them up, but it is slowly getting through. It's picking up. It's just taking a long time to tell people it's picking them up. Let me put it this way: the bot is all happily working, but I've been having fun with the bot this week, and I had to do some work on it. And actually, when I was doing work on the bot, it decided to start deleting lives, and I had to go to YouTube and get them to undelete the lives. Because it had deleted 18 of my live streams when I tried to reset it. So I've been having fun with the bot. Streambot has been proving fun because it won't let go of some of the old lives, and so it won't learn the new ones that it needs to pick up now. So it's having fun.
Okay, and Timu's also saying take 10 more questions, or I take 10 more questions.
10 more questions coming into the pot. Okay, is that going to get us to the 50 or 60? Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Hawaii was known as the Sandwich Islands for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, Cook's main thing was that he went around naming places the Sandwich Islands because Earl Sandwich had basically sponsored his trip and made his career viable. So, basically, he knew where his bread was buttered, and he just kept naming stuff after Earl Sandwich. So, you just do it. But I'm going with the Cook Islands because they're kind of fun and they're in the middle of the South Pacific. And although they were handed over to New Zealand in 1900, so they wouldn't really affect anything. So I'm not sure which one Stafford's talking about.
I'm going to guess it's the Hawaiian Islands because it would have the most impact in World War II.
You meant Hawaii. Stafford did say he meant Hawaii. Okay. If the British had Hawaii into World War II and post-war economy, if the British had Hawaii, that's going to be an interesting one because, there's had to be a discussion with the Americans about that. Oh, good lord. Because the Americans might not be happy about that, but there again, in the periods where it could have happened, especially if it happens before they have a significant, early enough, i.e. not long after Cook visits there, then frankly they ain't going to have much of a choice. And they're just going to have to deal with it. What does that do, though? That means that the British control the islands in between America and Japan. So hopefully they've done a better job of fortifying it. Thank you, Wolf, for becoming a member. Thank you. But done a better job of fortifying it than they did with Singapore. And it's probably going to be an interesting scenario of potentially the Americans will have asked for basing rights in the basing deal for destroyers. And will then be basing themselves out of there, which will be the British base. But it'll be an interesting scenario to see what's happened, because if the British do have Hawaii, they're probably moving it. It's probably manoeuvring, because considering development of Hawaii, they're probably manoeuvring it quite quickly towards deminionization status through the deminionization program, and because the British plan was to try and get rid of everything. That's what deminionization is about. It's about turning the empire into a Commonwealth. Hey, sorry, your ear hurting still, and yeah, economically though, the Hawaiian Islands are not really a massive economy, so they're not really going to help much. And all it does mean is the British have, arguably, they have quite a good route around the world to go from Canada, i.e. the west coast of the west coast of Canada, to Hawaii and round through the Indian Ocean. So they could improve trade links that way between Canada and India. But realistically, it's Hawaii is a very useful thing for America. For Britain, it's kind of off the route of march. That's one of the reasons why the British don't take it. It's a case of, it's not really much help for the British in the way they're working around the world.
The only thing would be if Canada decided they wanted it. And if Canada, especially if Canada had also in a sense, kept Bermuda.
Well, Canada didn't get Bermuda. Bermuda was always a separate colony.
Yeah, but if in a sense Bermuda had joined with Nova Scotia and things, so you had kind of Halifax and Bermuda, and then on top of that you had, or added to that you had Hawaii, so that kind of Canada had island bases south and then in the Atlantic and in the Pacific to base trade out of. It could help Canada to develop rather than...
Not really, because then none of them are connected close enough to know, or you go to bed. You're not disturbing this, Big Fluff. You're not. You asked to be in here. You've been allowed to be in here. Behave. The point is, if you consider where they are, they're not... Bermuda, to an extent, would, but Hawaii wouldn't. They're not really developed up... They're going to require a lot of development and a lot of investment into them to get anything out of them. And the Canadian government are never that keen on doing the investment.
Yeah.
I mean, just out of curiosity, if the British control Hawaii, do you think they'll get as heavily anglicized as it was historically?
Probably not,
Where
actually.
you saw a mass migration of Americans to the Hawaiian Islands historically.
Yeah, the British have got Australia and those places. Honestly, Hawaii's going to be a calling point.
Yeah, which would be interesting, I think.
Basically, if the British owned Hawaii, then I expect it to have gone through rather a similar path to the Caribbean. Possibly getting independence earlier in the Caribbean because there wouldn't be the significant issues, economic issues, which they were having to deal with. In terms of, let's say, one of the reasons why the British were very slow in decolonization of the Caribbean is they were making sure, one of the things they were trying to make sure, again, this is the point about Britain decolonization. The British almost take the view that they know empire is bad for a country, that colonizing it is bad, because from a government perspective, because basically you're running a dictatorship. And so they treat decolonization as in a transition from dictatorship to democracy. Now, there are still issues on that. There's all sorts of fun issues on that, and prejudices on that. But it's a case of that's what they're basically navigating for, because their view is if they decolonize too quickly, then they leave. It creates a power vacuum, and the forces which you have created to support yourself as the colonizer, which is usually the army and the police, will step into that power vacuum, even with the best intentions, and you'll end up with another dictatorship just locally and locally sourced, rather than otherwise forced. And their view is they always want to build up a democratic government which has great ties to Britain, because that's the best view for longevity and support. So, but again, it's a case of Hawaii, until the Panama Canal's built, it's not really useful for ships transiting the Pacific, because how many British ships are going to be transiting the Pacific that way? They go the other way around the world mostly, if British, unless you want to take them, they want to go down through the South Atlantic and up, and then again, it's if you're going down, you're not going to go to Hawaii. You're going to the UK from Canada, and you're going down south and through. You're not going through Panama Canal. And again, the stuff from India is going that way. The stuff from Australia is going across the Indian Ocean, up through the Mediterranean, etc. Because that's a far easier sailing route. That's a far easier route.
Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but Clarke's asked if you can change the banner.
Oh, yeah. I noticed, but I was doing hand gestures and things, so I was wandering around. Also, I was trying. The other hand was I was patting a poodle, so it was a case of I'm doing hand gestures, and this hand is busy.
Yes, and Rudolph 8702. Please save that question for when questions are back open in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
I've got questions about flying aircraft carriers to get to before we open questions.
Blind aircraft carriers? Chandel, I present to you the Catholic Monarch class battleship Isabel de Castile and Fernando de Aragon. They have 12 15-inch guns, 4 triple turrets, 13 inches armor, inclined at 30 degrees, 26.8 knots top speed, arranged to get to Havana in one trip from Cartagena, Spain, laid down in 1916 and commissioned 1919. How do they affect the naval treaties?
What treaty? Honestly, like 12, 15-inch guns is a lot. I'm assuming Spain.
Yeah, 12, 15-inch. Some people have 12, 14-inch guns, though, and some have 8, 16-inch guns. Spain having a couple of these means you might end up with Spain being brought into the treaty system. And the interesting thing is, if you bring in a power at this level, do you bring in other powers at this level? Because the trouble is, if you bring in Spain at this level, and the reason you might have to bring in Spain is you might have to bring in the South American nations, because if there is one nation building up such systems that could, in this period, make the South American nations, even though they're running out of they are having financial issues, actually spend some money building up the equipment, it's Spain. The old colonial power, the thing that might try and take them over again. And it doesn't matter if it's Chile and Argentina building up their ships to deal with the Spanish threat. Brazil will also want in, and so you end up needing a treaty system which includes Brazil, Spain, Argentina, and Chile. And we all know once you start including that many people in it, you've then got a case of why isn't Russia with its Ganguts included? And then why isn't Turkey included with their one ship? And suddenly you've got all sorts of powers in there, and it's going to make the treaties never happen. And you can't ignore something with that level of speed and 12, 15-inch guns.
Maybe if it's a one-off, you can get I'll treat her like Hood.
If it's a one-off, you can ignore it, but there's 2 of them. And that's the problem. And the trouble is, because there's 2 of them, that means that's why I say if you consider the South Americans are going to want to build something in response to them, and that's when you start to get the problems.
I mean, there's a fine tradition
Oh, so
in the Royal
something
Navy.
of that size is going to be roughly 40,000 tons. 12, 15-inch guns. You're not getting that for... Especially not with 13 inches of armour inclined at 30 degrees. Okay, yes, a 26.8 knot top speed is not going to require it to be the fastest thing, but yeah, you're still going to it's still going to require quite a hefty amount of engines, and plus it's got the range to get to Havana from Cartagena in Spain in a single trip without refueling at probably a decent speed of roughly 12 to 15 knots. Yeah, that's not a small ship. And 2 of them. That's a problem. As my t-shirt says, I'm not nice, I'm not naughty, I was simply left unsupervised. In this case, if Spain was left unsupervised and building that, there are problems. So yeah, I just don't think... I think... Because the treaties for them to actually work, you'd have to end up including Spain and the South American powers, in which case you're going to end up having to include Russia with its 4 ganguts. You can't ignore it, and you're trying to get whatever government that there is in Russia effectively involved, which means we're talking probably Lenin. Let's be honest. The Russian Civil War ends in October 1922. So, yeah, that's the Soviet Union, and that's Vladimir Ilyich. Yeah, Lenin. His government is going to have to be involved. Theoretically, he doesn't come to power till 1923. But let's be honest, he was pretty much in charge from 1921 onwards. So
Nonsense!
Yeah.
It was the people who were in charge. It was glorious.
No.
Yeah.
Not even Soviet historians try and claim that one. Dan, please don't go there. It was a mess, but it wasn't that big a mess. So yeah, then you've got the moment you've got the Russians involved, that's going to jack up the Japanese requirements, which is going to push. Basically, it's either going to be very different figures than it was historically, with ships being able to be larger, and Britain and America probably being allowed a lot more, and then Japan being allowed a lot more, and there's sort of being about the British-American level, the Japanese level, the French and Italian level, and then possibly the Russian-Spanish level, but the Russians are going to want to be parity with the Japanese. It's just going to be a nightmare. Good luck, this treaty system's going to break down in 5 minutes. Come on, guys, look. You can't just... let's put it this way. Turkey might not be able to build another one, but they've got one. And the moment you've got the South American nations involved, they technically can't build them, but they're going to be trying to buy them from people or build it themselves. And so the moment you're including them, you have to include Turkey. And yeah, it just, as I said, it just gets massive. Assume there was money could have led to... Josh Anderson... As me and Drac have been over many, many times, Britain post-World War is not broke. Britain post-World War I is in debt, not broke. What you've got to remember is that this is the trouble. Is a lot of people look back from Britain in the 1960s and go, we were broke. You sit there and go, no, you weren't. Post-World War I, not broke. Paying down debts quite quickly, preferring to spend money on that than buying stuff, but not, they're broke. Then you have the Great Crash. Then you have World War II. Then you have the unannounced changing from Lend-Lease to regular economics. All those shocks combined That leads to Britain of the 1960s, 1950s, 1960s, and being in Britain is broke. So please, Britain post World War One, building 4 G3s, not even gonna dent the naval budget at that point. Again, Josh Hand, there's a lot of the fleet being retired already, but there's also a lot of the fleet being kept. The naval budget, that's fine. It's only post the the crash that the Invergordon mutiny is a few years away, and that's when they try and rationalize from 4 different pay schemes which are operating down to 1 pay scheme. And somebody tried to be smart about how they did it, and that caused all sorts of issues. But that, again, realistically, what was funny about the Invergordon mutiny and the pay rationale thing is it ends up costing more for the British government anyway at the end, so they end up paying more wages in the end anyway. So no, you're really not talking a lot of money, and also again, wages in this period, it's not like today where the wages are a significant portion of the defence budgets. It really wasn't. Alright, Knight 6831. If the USN had been sensible and retained the 8 constellations that were authorized, would that provide a decent frigate force until the actual OHP replacement is ready? Look, they've decided to build 2 constellations that go with the Legend class, and I'll be interested to see what my colleagues say on this, but I would say this. If they go for the Legend class as is, just painted grey, they're getting a cutter, not a frigate. If they do the bare bones modifications, which I've seen some people propose they're planning on doing, then they're getting something which is actually less capable than an OHP. Relatively speaking. I would say the thing I'm worried about is you've changed the design, you've gone for a new system, you haven't changed the people involved in running it. That is a problem. Just to answer the question that popped up in the chat, and this is, I don't like to do this, but I'm going to. I'm not sure what your view, why you seem to think that the ships being paid off means you pay off your crews in the 1920s. That really stops once you get into the 20th century. That's sort of starting point of you keep crews in. Crews are professional sailors by this point. That the naval strength is kept at a strength, and people get time to shore establishments, and then they'll get moved around to other ships. Just when a crew's decommissioned, you don't lose the crew. They're not, give their marching orders and sent off. That's long ceased to be the policy of the Royal Navy and any other navy. They do tend to have quite a large number of reservists, but again, that's for turning ships from ordinary to commission in wartime. So that sort of scenario. So yeah, that's not even a factor. And honestly, the main reason they're paying off a lot of the older ships at the end of World War I is they're getting rid of a lot of the people who've come because a lot of the reservists are going back to their normal jobs, and a lot of the people wartime service only are going back to their normal jobs. Yeah. Oh yeah, but again, navies went through that, but it wasn't as unexpected for Navy. For navies, it's different. Armies shrink massively in size between their wartime strength and their peacetime strength after World War One. For navies, it's far more of a expected drop, and the people you get rid of first are you deactivate your reservists in your wartime service only, and so you quite quickly go back to your regular strength. And they're your regulars anyway, and you already sort of know what they were, and you plan around that. So there's a different structure with navies in that thing. But yeah, going back to the Knight's question, if the USN have made the decision, I'm more worried about the fact that it's the same NavC who are in charge of this procurement as have been in charge of the LCS, as have been in charge of the Constellation, as have been in charge of Zumwalt's. All of them. Now, as I said, Zumwalt's a good ship. The weapons program's failed. But for some reason, instead of saying, right, then let's go back to a different weapons fit, they cancelled the whole program. So they throw the baby out the bathwater. The LCS is a good place in. Someone needs to talk to politicians and tell them, no, you need to change some of your ideas. That's just not going to work. And Constellations, they were sold as an off-the-shelf idea, but then, of course, NavC went to work on them. And as I've tried to explain, you make one change. Let's say you go, oh, right then, I need to move. I want to, for damage control regions, I want to widen all these doors. Let's say I want to widen all the doors so you can move equipment backwards and forwards far easier. That's great. That means you widen also all the corridors, which means you shrink the space in the rooms, or you need to widen the hull. And then you're moving everything around, and you're moving all the stuff around at different places. And it's amazing how quickly one small change can have a massive impact on a ship. It's not so much the person in charge that's the problem with NavC. I would say, having talked to people involved, especially since I talked to Sal, I started phoning up quite a lot of friends who are involved in NavC. I would say there's a lot of very good people in there. I'd also say there is a certain management culture going on where it seems to be that no one wants to say no, and no one wants any potential blowback on them, so they don't want to make any decisions. Which is why stuff gets added, it never gets kicked. Because you want to be known as the person who put something into a vessel, not the person who took something out and it turned out to be necessary. And yeah, and Josh Han, you're quite right. They work to the requirements that they get told to follow. That's true, but it's a case of they will add stuff in to follow those requirements, but they won't try and take stuff out. And that's where the issue comes in. Okay, and look, in that way, we all have these things. We all have these issues. There's a whole discussion going on in the British procurement moment, and then there's the fact that the time it takes us to build ships. So yeah, life is going to be fun. But we're doing alternate history today, so I would say try and keep the current politics discussion to a minimum, because there's going to be quite a few people who are going to get upset about that one. Because they're going to try, they're going to, it is going to turn into a political fight, which tends to these days degenerate into personal attacks on people, and I don't see the point in that. To me, in the nicest way, personal attacks have never won any argument. I may fundamentally disagree with someone. I may mentally think every time I walk into the room, you're an idiot. I don't call them an idiot, because in the nicest way, that's not going to get them to side with me or agree with me. And if I need them to agree, or if I need them to listen to me and maybe learn something. Calling someone an idiot doesn't tend to help. Saying to someone, have you considered perhaps, tends to be a far better approach than going, shut up, idiot, do what I tell you to. It might not be what you want to do, but let me put it this way. The art of civilization, the art of a nation living from one century to the next, is being able to break bread with people you fundamentally despise and work out a solution neither of you likes but both you can live with. That's politics. Okay, Carrot. If the Duke of York, and I'll go back to Harold Gunnarson's question, but I'm going to do Carrot's first. The Duke of York's G6, have been sent to Japan in 1922 to soothe ruffled feathers from about Washington, met and married a Japanese princess in 1923. Would this have let the Royal Navy and IAJN keep close ties?
So this
If
is
George
the future George
the Sixth had married a Japanese princess, that's an interesting one. Because if there's a direct familial link between the British and Japanese imperial families, especially the way things work out, and George VI ends up becoming George VI, and is married to, let's say, the sister of the emperor, that could be a very interesting scenario. A very, very interesting scenario. Because that... It would possibly mollify the Japanese. It would possibly also outrage the Americans and make them very worried. Because it'd be a case of, so you've dropped the former alliance, you've just had a marriage alliance between your royal families. And you could, of course, get the immortal words from the Emperor, I will not wage war on my brother. Which could cause it could cause all sorts of complications. That's the kind of thing which changes the world so much that I think it would have... The IJN and Royal Navy would have kept close ties. There is no scenario where that doesn't happen under those circumstances. But the level of national ties could be interesting as well. You could see a lot of Japanese design influences in terms of fabrics entering British understanding. You could also see a lot of British-Japanese tech links going up.
There's a big question here. Do you think? Is it a one royal and then it's done situation like with Hanover, or do you reckon it's something more permanent?
Well, it's the thing of if the... you see, let's put it this way. Let's say the Japanese princess marries, and again, you have two daughters like you did historically. And so you now get a half Japanese, half English Queen Elizabeth II coming up, Princess Elizabeth coming up. So, you know, the level of connections going on could be interesting. John the South, you're quite right. Japanese imperial law does ban dynastic marriages, but, and I say this as the Glorious Gudibus Maximus, there are enough advantages that things can be found. The thing about laws, and I do always try and point this out, is laws, they have this beautiful way of being rewritten when you want them to, or codicils, or exceptions being worked into them. An exception in an act of parliament could be arranged. Especially if you consider at the time, the Duke of York was the spare. So at the time, Edward's perceived is the Prince of Wales. He's the next line of throne. So, to an extent, the British government might allow it through from that perspective. And the Japanese probably, while still saying it, the children will have no claim on the imperial throne, it could be useful for that perspective. And head of the Church of England. Well, again, John South, you're rushing forward several points. As said again, this is at this point the future head of the Church of England also would be George, not his wife, and it would be his children. And as long as the children were allowed to be raised as Protestants in the Church of England, that would be fine. Again, British have already by this point have had monarchs who've had Catholic wives. It's been worked out. That was Charles II. James II, of course, decided he should be Catholic and was got rid of because he was being silly, but we'll leave that to one side. So, yeah, the thing is, this is one of those scenarios I can actually see happening because at every stage, people were convinced it doesn't matter. So at this point in 1923, they've got Edward coming. They think, well, this is going to be a good relationship, and it softens the blow of losing the Naval Alliance, and we want good relations with the Japanese. Silas said, okay, there'd have to be a princess who hadn't been married by 1915. Not really. The law wasn't really changed by George III. It was rephrased. There'd already been existing laws. And no, it's something which can be quite easily changed. Again, it would be a codicil, but again, this would be probably for the Duke of York. So it would be a case of we're allowing it at this level. We're allowing it at this level, sort of thing. And again, the Duke of York has other brothers as well. So there are options. This is something which I could see happening. It wouldn't be necessarily easy, but the advantages could be in 1923-22, the advantages could be felt to outweigh the disadvantages so you can get it done. And that's realistically the point. Because there was also Prince Henry, who was the Duke of Gloucester. There's the Duke of Kent, Prince George. So, you know, there's George, Henry. John, of course, is dead by this point.
Doesn't the issue here come in the 30s, though? Wouldn't the issue come in the 30s? When Edward VI is Edward VI?
When it would come when Edward has his issue, that would be where it would be. But of course, you'd have already had it worked out in theory on paper. Just no one would have ever thought it would actually happen. The thing is, they'd work it out in theory on paper, going, "Oh, we'll put this in place," presuming it'll never actually happen, which is par for the course of British diplomacy and British politics.
And I would also point out that, in the nicest way, the royals are sufficiently removed from the active political machinations, not necessarily the passive ones, that I don't think the Dominions are really going to have that much influence on the scales.
Oh, the Dominions could have influence, but there again, it's going to be strange, but Australia and New Zealand might like it because they'll see it as shoring up their position vis-a-vis the Japanese by giving them extra protection. By basically, for the Australians and the New Zealanders, they're going to see it as a way of getting the alliance to there to still be an alliance with Japan without there being an alliance on paper. They're going to see it as that. Most of the other Dominions aren't really going to care. Canada is possibly going to be worried about America's reaction to it, but there again they can point out, well, it's the marriage of the second in line to the throne, who is, you know, unlikely to get. Let's be honest, Edward's going to get married, have kids. It's kind of like it's like Prince Harry marrying Meghan Markle. No one cares. No one. She doesn't. It was a case of, yeah. So he was second in. He was like, at one point he was third in line to the throne, and then William starts having kids. And he just goes down further and further and further as William and Catherine have more kids. And it's the case. It's similar scenario again. So no one really cared who Harry married. No one really cared who. Well, the more recent Duke of York married. I'm not being rude about Fergie, but no one really cared. Sarah Ferguson is a lovely lady, I'm told. I know a few people who've met her over time. She's been very nice for her, but no one really cared because they're just that bit below. South Africa, they would accept it as pragmatic. Again, they wouldn't really care. This is you have to remember, a lot of people get a lot more hard line. A, post World War II, but B, in hindsight. At the time, they're usually far more pragmatic. Because you have to be. And again, you have to remember, this is the post World War I scenario where everyone wants peace and everyone wants to give peace a chance, including the South Africans. They've been involved in the various naval treaties and those things. Yeah. In 1923, no one sees the abdication crisis coming. No, they don't. I'm sorry to say, the abdication crisis takes place in over a decade later. I'm trying to remember when he meets Wallace Simpson, but I think in 1920s he's still dating an English girl.
Yeah, I think it's 32 he meets.
Yeah.
Wallace.
So it's a long time. The abdication crisis, etc., is a long time away.
Wallace Simpson is still on her first marriage.
And John South, I know there's that lovely the people put out the thing that George V said Edward wouldn't last a year, but again, it's an interesting scenario because how do I put this right? Look at the source for that, and then start asking the question of why are they repeating it to when they are? And how do they know this when no one else did? And George V didn't like his sons particularly, any of his sons particularly that much. But I don't think he ever said that out loud. Because, and this might sound strange, as a monarch, you're used to keeping your tongue firmly shut, your mouth firmly closed in terms of your thoughts, because things can be used against you. And you don't want anyone hearing this stuff. No, you trust no one with it. But either way, George V didn't. Yeah, no, it would have been considered far too diplomatically useful at the time for them to turn it around. All right.
It's not like, just to final finish off quickly. It also wouldn't be the first, second, third, or fourth time the monarchs of England and Britain have messed up succession in a short-sighted political maneuver.
No, it wouldn't be. It would not be.
It also
in fact, we do it often enough that it's kind of a running theme.
It also wouldn't be the first time in recorded history that an uneasy allies relationship has been further cemented by marriage.
And I'd also add, whilst people are sort of worrying about South Africa at this point, South Africa's views internally, not necessarily always the most popular externally in the wider empire, and they tend to be careful which battles they fight. The powerful dominions in terms of international relations and in terms of internal politics are Australia and Canada, realistically. India doesn't get much of a stay, really.
I thought the Viceroy of India was actually quite powerful in domestic politics.
The Viceroy of India is incredibly powerful in India, but is also usually very much a British aristocrat.
Fair.
And tends to be also partially appointed by the monarch. So if the king has signed off on it, and for this to happen, the king will have had to sign off on it. The Viceroy of India will probably go, yes, sir. Whatever he thinks personally, challenging the monarch directly is not on his cornflakes that morning. Now, Harrow Goodson, if Robert Blake had lived during World War I, World War II, how do you think he will have done as a high-rank admiral? He's a logistics first admiral, so he'd have done fairly well. He'd have done fairly well. A logistics first admiral will do fairly well in those wars. As long as he's upgraded to the technology at the time. I don't know if anyone wants to disagree with me, but I think Rob Blake would probably do fairly well. I tend to like it when we have a ship named after Blake. This is why there's part of me that is campaigning for the next batch of submarines to be called the Bees, and I'd like HMS Blake to be one of them. So they thought, the AUKUS subs, I want them to do B class, and I want them to have an HMS Blake. I also would like an HMS Bumblebee, but I don't think I'll be allowed to name an SSN that. I just think an HMS Bumblebee would be great.
I can't hear Blake without thinking of a dog we fostered for about 3 years.
It's a good name for a dog. He's loyal and reliable.
Yeah, who was a 112-pound coursing greyhound, who was about 6 years old and still acted like a puppy.
We got 2 questions on a super chat.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'll get them injected in.
Thank you.
Thank you for the $20 super chat.
Thank you.
Where did it go?
Thank you for the Christmas present. I will say this, that the Christmas presents are greatly appreciated by me and all my colleagues at the moment, because I don't know about anyone else, but I've got the January tax bill, and I'm also going to be hunting a new car.
Yeah, it's a write-off.
It's a write-off.
I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Sorry.
Can I interest you in a white BMW?
No, I'm currently trying to persuade my family that I should get a Toyota. I would love a Toyota Hilux. I don't think I'm going to have the budget for that. I am going to go for possibly a Toyota People Carrier.
Can I interest you?
There's a very nice large 7-seater one that, if I could get hold of, would be suitable for transporting the dogs and all the humans around whenever I needed to move them around. But it's getting hold of one for... Honestly, I've never paid more than $2,000 for a car, and I have no intentions of doing that any time. If that makes sense.
Yes. Can I interest you in a lightly used Ford Fiesta?
No. That's teeny. Oh, it was as I've talked about before. I came round the corner. There's a road not far from me near Godrevy, and you've got a big bridge and a little bridge over the Red River, and you then go into a corner, and that often has a little bit of water on it. It often has low-level flooding. So when I came round the corner, I came over the second bridge and saw some water in front of me. I didn't stop. It's often got a little bit of water there. It's nothing unusual, so I just carried on. And then I got further around the corner, and there was a BMW further along the road which was stopped in front of me, and there's a lot more water around that, and it's coming towards me. So I brake, then turn it, and before I could get my Volvo into reverse, into reverse, the water is over me, and it's over the exhaust. So I turned the car off to try and save it. And that might have worked. Unfortunately, I then had to get out the car myself. I got out through the window, water off the bonnet, got into the water, pulled my sister out the car, got her to safety, picked her up out through the window and carried her to safety, sorted all that out, and then tried to get it towed out. Unfortunately, before the people who came to tow me out, a very nice friend of mine came to tow me out. Some Land Rovers went past, which had fording gear on, and they went past at full speed, going "Well, hey, hey," and absolutely drenched the car, and water got in a huge, chuck up like a huge bow wave, and so yeah, car no more. So I've got to have a conversation with insurance companies in the new year, and I've got to have a conversation with all sorts of people to see whether I'm getting it, how much and what sort of money I'm getting, and then I've got to find a vehicle. And basically, my idea is try and find a vehicle with a higher engine than my Volvo had, preferably, because the thing is, it was the problem also for the Volvo. It was an old Volvo. It was a really old Volvo. I loved it. It was a couple 100,000 miles on the clock, all sorts of things. But it was a very old automatic Volvo, and it was lovely. But the trouble is, that also means getting parts for it is difficult. And the thing was, it might have been okay, it might not have been okay, but they could have tried to get some second-hand parts for some of the bits which they couldn't find parts for, but it just wasn't going to be able to, run over. It just wasn't going to be a reliable thing to have with little cousins, etc. So yeah, it's a write-off. But the important thing is, I'm okay. My sister's okay, and I had a fun time chatting with the local fire service, who in Cornwall are mostly volunteer part-time firemen, and suggested I actually become a member. Frank Bell, M13s can be under $50,000. Yeah, £2,000 is the maximum I normally spend on a car. I have managed to keep all my cars well below that one. I sometimes getting below £1,500. And one of my Subarus was below £1,000. It was actually below £800, and I'm very happy with that. I don't like spending a lot of money on a car. I like a good car which will drive and is reliable. I don't require something which has all the bells and whistles, because usually once you start spending for a car which has more bells and whistles, you have more bits to go wrong. Anyway, Calvin Gasberg, what if the German armoured cruisers stuck to the 9.4 inch? How would it change HMS Dreadnought or Invincible? It wouldn't change them, and it wouldn't chance them. If the German vessel had kept to sort of, I don't know, Blucher, kind of sort of gunnery, which, if I remember correctly, has 8.3 inch guns. If they had jumped up from that to 9.4 inch guns and kept to sort of the Blucher sort of level, or they'd have been perfectly capable heavy cruisers, but they wouldn't have had any effect on Invincible. They might have had had an impact on successors to Invincible, in that you'd have made the Invincible, Indefatigables, etc., things like that more viable. But it might not have meant you pursue anything like Tiger or something like that. But it's not really. It's going to mean that the German heavy cruisers are always stuck in a scenario where they are very much easy meat for the British ships, because the British ships will have 12-inch, 13.5-inch guns. I'll be looking at going, hello. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it would end well.
No.
It's not a smart idea.
It would save money.
The heavy cruisers at that stage are becoming a dead end, if not are a dead end, I think. Because you've got the light cruisers and the destroyers increasing in size, to which go too quickly for their big guns to bear on and fire at a reasonable rate. and they are not really able to go toe to toe with the big ships in a way that they might have even been. At Tsushima they might have been, but by 1914, 15, 16, no. And even if you got more numbers of them, not going to help the Germans. The only thing might be that the Germans might kind of kill off the whole line sooner rather than later and just build dreadnought battleships instead of battle cruisers.
Potentially.
And build more of those, and might then shift to the idea of a fast battleship to sort of counter the advantage that they see the British as having. But that's a very that's quite a few steps, and I don't know how. I don't understand the German thinking at the time well enough to work out whether that's something they'd even contemplate. Does that make sense?
More or less.
Yeah, it's a case of, I think if the Germans did go down that route, I think they'd find themselves with issues. Especially with, I think they'd quickly be looking at the scenario where people are in a situation where if they're going to constantly be having to justify themselves versus the world. Why are we building ships with 9.4 inch guns and they're building those ships those size? I think that's trouble.
Because we're going to fight at night at ranges where the thickness of their armor doesn't matter. That would actually be quite terrifying for the British.
I'd say if it's an earlier one, and Carl Gasberg is sort of mentioning is sort of if it's an earlier one, if it's they're keeping the earlier ships to 9.4, then perhaps the British go 13.5 inch for the earlier ships, because there was that factor in the Lord Nelsons of whether to go with 12 inch or 13.5 inch. So you could have had a 13.5 inch gun for the Lord Nelsons, in which case you'd have had a 13.5 inch gun for the Dreadnought and a 13.5 inch gun for the other for the Invincibles. But the thing is, that's more based on capital ships than armored cruisers. The secondary of the Lord Nelsons is a 9.2 inch, which frankly, near enough makes no difference. Is capable of taking on the 9.4, and they carry 6 of them on each side as well, so in 3 twins. So yeah. Anyway, Patrick Cliff, thank you again for the donation. I have 2 questions. Also on alternate history. Bismarck survives and sinks Prince of Wales. Rodney and Ark Royal torpedoed by U-boats. What happens after? Well, Bismarck must sink Prince of Wales during the first battle, so they sink not only Hood but also Bismarck. Prince of Wales, in which case they probably turn around and head home, because they've probably taken sufficient damage doing that. They need to head home. Rodney and Ark Royal get torpedoed by U-boats. Well, historically, Ark Royal does get torpedoed by U-boats. What happens next? The British are doing a massive building program, but honestly, it's not really going to cause much. Ark Royal was historically torpedoed. Rodney, losing her is going to be really annoying. Losing Prince of Wales is going to be annoying. you're going to have to start rapidly building ships and building them up. It's more going to cause issues like what do you deploy to the Far East when that happens, and what do you form before a squadron of. But realistically, the British options are we going to surrender because of this? No. Okay, if you can't surrender, you have to build. So they build. Losing Rodney and Ark Royal to U-boats. The one thing that's probably going to do is that's probably going to mean they're going to increase again the emphasis on depth charge numbers on destroyers, like they did historically after Ark Royal was lost. It's one of those scenarios where the British don't really have many options. Bismarck does remarkably well, great. The other option you might see is you might see a Lion class being pushed through, i.e. something with 16-inch guns. Because it might be blamed on the 14-inch guns on the King George V's. That might be the easy sop. Blame it on Chatfield, blame it on the pre-war decisions, blame it on the 14-inch guns. To try and excuse it on the international stage. And that might mean Anson and Howe get converted into some form of Lion class with 16-inch guns, or maybe even 15-inch guns. There is a theoretical conversion of Anson and Howe where you put 9 15-inch 42s on them. But it will be what will happen. But it's a case of they will adapt and overcome as quickly as they can. And then, anyone else want to put forward ideas on that one before we get on to the next question?
No, I think...
Yeah, I think the building freeze is going to be reversed immediately.
Well, the building freeze had already been reversed by the time this actually happened. So yeah. We're talking 1940. Well, Bismarck is sunk in 1941.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, the building freeze had already stopped. It's just what programs have been restarted versus others. Yeah, she sunk in May 1941. Also, I'd say the Royal Air Force has a massively priority target. If in doubt, hit the Bismarck again and again and again. And again.
So very much a kind of... You see that ship Bismarck? Yes. I don't want to.
No, it would be a case of, you see that port with that ship in it? Yes. I don't want to. How many bombers are we allowed to use, sir?
Yes.
Airborne. Everything. Now. I don't think Vanguard is as accelerated, Guy, as you might think. Vanguard is a fully armoured battlecruiser. She makes sense to replace Hood. If you've lost Hood and Prince of Wales, and the fundamental basis of Anson and Howe and King George V and Duke of York are all under question because they've been lost in this fight, that changes what you're going to emphasize. I would say the point about Bismarck, etc., is this. If Germany hadn't had the surface raiders, they would have made Britain's job of defeating the U-boat and defeating the Atlantic threat that so much easier. That it would not have had the issues it had. Because one of the problems you have for World War II. Let's put it this way. If the Germans don't have heavy cruisers and capital ships to guard into the North Atlantic, A, you probably don't have Norway take place as an operation, because look at how many troops get transported on their large ships. Without them as well, they would have been in real trouble. B, you also don't have, for the British, suddenly the war becomes, oh, so what do we have to fight against the Germans? They have submarines. Okay, do they have anything else? No. Well, we kind of saw that coming, so A, will have probably ordered more Flower class earlier on. B, the number of submarines they've built in their scenario is probably going to be greater, so that means the British will order things like the Flower class, things like the Black Swan class sloops a lot earlier, and Hunt class escort destroyers probably as well, under those same articles of the various treaties that allowed them to build them. And you then go, right then, do I need capital ships for this battle? Nope. So they can go off to the Mediterranean, they can go off to the Far East and do deterrence things, and you just carry out convoy escorts and convoy operations. Because if you're just facing submarines, do you need battleships there? Nope, so they can go off and be useful elsewhere. You don't need to have R-class doing escort of convoys from Nova Scotia, out of Halifax and Nova Scotia. There's no surface threat. You don't need them. So that's the thing, is if Bismarck, if they don't have them, then you make the Royal Navy's life a lot easier. But the trouble is, their numbers mean they're only ever going to do these short, daring raids, which look so cool when you hear about them, because they're so bravery. Bismarck goes out alone to take on the might of the Royal Navy. And that sounds really good until you put that into context and you think, so you're telling me you sent out a single battleship to raid in the North Atlantic against an opponent who's mobilizing about nearly a dozen capital ships to come and engage you of various types, plus about the same number of heavy cruisers, plus about the same number of light cruisers, about 3 dozen destroyers, just hunting you down alone, surface aircraft, submarines, the lot. And yes, they take a while to find you, but it's kind of like, yes, we've sent our plucky warrior to fight the enemy horde. You are being unfair because there's 10 of you versus 1. That is cruel. That is war.
We were struggling, and we tried to get more, but they couldn't all get round and avoid shooting each other.
Yeah. Calm goes, that's the surprising thing with the R-Class. Look at them. The only one which is actually sunk by a torpedo during World War II is Royal Oak, which was in Scapa Flow. Which wasn't secure because no one had thought to go and pour some frigging concrete as a way of employing people in the 1920s and 30s. I'm frankly insulted that the British government didn't think of that. I'm not sure how long we're along, Kingdom Vinland, but we'll get there. Leslie Mitchell, what if the IG and senior officers had been as eradicated as the IJ officer class? Then the Navy has a lot more issues with internal fighting. A lot more issues. And you probably have... It's going to sound strange, it's going to make procurement even worse for them, because it's going to make everything into a fight to get it. Everything is going to be a fight. And they don't want that kind of fighting. It's going to add a whole layer of politics on top of their actual procurement. But also, to get to the next question of Patrick Bliss, which was, IJN attack on the 14th. Carriers are back in Pearl Harbor. What changes? Well, it means the Americans are not doing any raiding operations. Attacking on the 14th of December, if everyone's back in harbor sitting in there and the Japanese actually hit them on the 14th, and the carriers and the battleships are there as well, carriers are going to get taken out because they're going to get bombed to smithereens. You're probably going to see a third or fourth wave launched because they're going to want to make sure that they've taken them out. And as I said, the carriers are in the harbour, so they know where they are. And they're probably going to try and hit as much as they can, do as much damage as they can before they leave. The Americans are going to be in a scenario where they're not going to be able to fight the battles of Midway or Coral Sea when historically they fight them, because they're not going to have the carriers available. Because even if they well, you don't want to take USS Ranger into any of these fights. They have Hornet coming up, and they probably would have Saratoga. So it's going to be Hornet and Saratoga. But the thing is, yeah, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for them. Because you'd probably lost Yorktown, Lexington, and Enterprise. So you have Hornet and Saratoga to hold the line with. And they might actually have to ask for British carrier earlier on. They might actually have to go that. But the likelihood of them getting the same carrier operations are going to be interesting. Also, there's what carriers are available for the British that early, because again, there's a reason they ask for Victorious when they do, and they get the USS Robin scenario. That is that much later on, and the British have actually managed to have enough of carriers available. They have a spare carrier. Well, yeah, but Saratoga on the 14th, I think she's still there. I don't think she would be in Pearl Harbor by the 14th, but I'm going from memory, so I could be wrong.
The only thing I'm wondering is, would the carriers not have headed back out again?
No, the question specifically states they're in harbor. They would have headed back out again, but they could have been back. They could have been they're just in harbor on the 14th. The attacks on the 14th of the carriers are in harbor.
Yeah.
No, the US will not get Washington. Oh, would not get Warspite. US didn't. No, they don't. No, they don't want. They don't want Warspite. You have to remember again, for the Americans, it's a case of, oh, well, we can't fight you now, but have you seen what we're building? That's one of the things that stops the Americans all the knee-jerk reactions. Because every time they look at what they could get, they go, well, what are we building? All of that. Okay. The thing you might get is if you've got more damage done to carriers and battleships, and you've lost more ships, is you might end up with the Montanas being built as well as the Iowas. That's the thing. Oh, Paul, they did have a use for Victorious, as they just could afford to spare one.
There's always a use for an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Don't say ASW operations.
Yeah, the trouble is, Frank, Wasp is acceptable. Ranger is not. Ranger is not being brought into Pacific War. She's not being brought in for the Pacific War. The Americans, let me put it this way: every time the Americans have a choice of letting her in, they do everything but. Let's be honest. King could have called for Ranger. He preferred to go cap in hand to the Royal Navy and ask for a Royal Navy carrier than send Ranger into the Pacific. That's how much of an issue it's considered. A Ranger is considered for that scenario. She's perfectly fine for what they use her for in the North Atlantic and Mediterranean. She's not fine for going into Pacific at that point. Maybe the light fleet carriers get more of an, and the Independence class gets far more of a work on. But yeah. So, Jonathan Moon. Next question. Slightly different kind of old history. What if the old Dutch, instead of poldering, also had coastal mangroves at their disposal to tame the sea? Ooh. So instead of doing the structure they do, where they use dams, dikes, and windmills to empty out the water, they use mangroves as well.
They'd probably love it because it would be a much lower maintenance and capital intensive way of reclaiming land. It's just, would they be willing to take the time, I guess, would be the big question.
There's time. There's also a case of how does it work in the kind of their strategic situation with the Spanish, etc.
Okay. I need to get clarifications on that. Mangroves don't live in salt water. They live in fresh water or mixed salt water.
Yes.
Lightly brackish.
So, lightly brackish. So are we assuming that the North Sea is, or at least parts of it are fresh water?
I'm presuming river estuary areas of the Netherlands.
Or that we have a salt water accepting mangrove.
The fruit from that is incredibly bitter.
Oh, incredibly bitter. Okay.
I do agree, Felix. Mangroves and Stanislav, mangroves don't make land; they make marshes, but they do make areas which you can. They do make great sea defenses.
It's a lot easier to turn marsh into buildable and eventually arable land than it is to turn sea.
Well, it's a great way of defending your construction.
Yeah, mangroves are really good at keeping back soil erosion.
But mangroves do need warmth, and I'm just thinking about the North Sea. I think the issue is going to be temperature.
I think I'm going to say, because had coastal mangroves at their disposal, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the phrasing and say that it is a species of mangrove which is saltwater and cold weather resistant.
Okay. If you've got something which fills that criteria, I think it would be used extensively as a way of shoring up the dikes and the dams to protect them against seaward erosion. So I reckon you probably get them planted when they're building the things, as a way of protecting it.
Yeah, and you probably see them spread around North Germany and southern England as well.
Yes. The UK would love
because people don't realise that most of East Anglia is about half a metre above sea level. With many places like in Norfolk,
if you're lucky,
being a little Netherlands.
If you're lucky, and the nicest way, I was driving through the fens once from Cambridgeshire, and I was honestly going, and this was my green Volvo. It wasn't Wallsprite. This was a previous car. Actually, it was my Subaru. Yeah, it was my Subaru. Driving through the fens, and I was quite surprised at one point because I went up a little bridge and I could see from the top of the bridge everywhere around me. And it was not that big a bridge. I was literally went up the bridge and went, I can see everything. You can literally navigate by Ely Cathedral spire.
Yeah.
You basically,
But
you
was
can
it-
see the corridor, you go, okay, now usually when I'm looking at that, when I'm at the restaurant I want to go to, it's at the 7 o'clock position. I'm currently at the 4 o'clock position. I need to carry on in that direction. I need to go a little bit in that direction. You know, that's literally how it works.
Because I think because there's a road called Lynn's Road, well King's Road or King's Lynn's Road, which is the road between Cambridge and King's Lynn. Like, the highest point on that road is a bridge that was created to allow barges.
Yes.
Canal barges.
Yes, I know. And Busby was that bridge. Yeah, in Steve Clarke's mind, Ely is an island in the medieval period. It is an island in the medieval period. It's also an island which is being forced down because of the weight of the cathedral. But leave that to one side.
But
Yeah.
the Dutch probably won't get much use out of it because the Dutch polders, it's very much land reclamation.
Yeah.
But places like Norfolk, East Anglia, and the North German coast will be a lot more, where they're suffering from soil erosion.
I mean, the UK government will be having an absolute field day, a cheap way of dealing with the soil erosion issues on our coast. Oh,
I just thought, so it's an Old Dutch, right?
yeah.
So I'm going to assume that we're talking. You know, you might actually stop the right of Amsterdam. Out of curiosity.
Because you might actually fill in that area within a mangrove.
It's not even that, it's... One thing mangroves, from looking them up, are really good at doing is preventing waterways from silting up.
Yeah.
So if you've got them around the Bruges area, the Bruges inlet doesn't silt up. And the city of Bruges is the dominant trading city in the lowlands at this point. And the final silting up of these waterways is what leads trade migrating to Amsterdam.
Yeah. Now,
Which means you've got a French Netherlands.
Here's an interesting question for everyone, and the French Netherlands will be kind of weird, but interesting. Salon Bob, or Salon Bobo. In the 40k universe, is the Emperor only still alive because the orcs believe he is?
There's also the quadrillion teeming masses of humanity that believe he is alive as well.
Yeah. So there is a significant possibility of that one.
The orcs are not unique in their ability to influence the warp to warp reality. In terms of races that have it, pretty much any psychically active race can do that. The orcs are unique in their ability to do it so easily and reliably.
Yeah.
And subconsciously.
And to somehow get Khorne to create their own personal version of Valhalla for them as well.
I think that was mainly because Khorne really liked their work and was a big fan of it.
No, it's not that. If we're talking about the ones that invaded Khorne's realm in the Breath Citadel, he created a portion of his realm for them because he couldn't get them out.
He tried. He couldn't.
Yeah.
It's basically it's kind of like, why do I have a poodle in my office most days when I'm recording this and when I'm talking live? Because you try and get him out of here.
Yeah.
I start talking to a camera. He arrives going hello.
But as for Emps, from a law perspective, the Emperor is deadent. Because he's now 2 entities at minimum, depending how you define it.
The Emperor is dead. The body of the Emperor is dead, but the soul of the Emperor is a warp god.
Part
Nope,
of the
body's not
soul,
dead.
part of the soul of the Emperor is dead. Is a warp god. The Emperor's body may or may not be dead, depending on how you read the particular video of the particular book with the custodies in it from the earlier on earlier revelations, and technically there is a machine. The throne is technically keeping the Emperor's body alive, but we're not sure if he's all there. And then there's also is the child stuff, which turns up So yeah.
So the simple way to put it is, there's two beings in 40k that are the Emperor. You've got Revelation, which is what he gets called by Malcador, so we'll use that name for him.
Yeah.
And you have the Dark King. The Dark King is the one that humanity worships, and it's the one that's becoming the Chaos God.
Yeah.
Revelation's soul was broken into several pieces, and together they fuel the Astronomicon. However, Revelation's body is dead, because he's the mortal Emperor.
I thought his name was Johnny Space.
There are multiple
The
names.
joke is that his name is John Warhammer, and he died because he lost all 40,000 Warhammers.
No, that's just a different
Yeah.
joke that you quite like.
When John Warhammer beats Horus Heresy until reclaims all 40,000 Warhammer.
Because the other name that he primarily is known by is Naoth. He hasn't used that in a long time. Mostly because when you're literally fighting entities where if they know your name, they have power over that entity, you don't use a name.
Or anathema is another name I've heard.
Well, anathema is a term used to refer to him.
But
That's not
anathema
actually his
can
name.
also refer to the Catan as well.
He's fun times, basically.
Yeah, I don't.
But not
I
red.
don't know. I don't know if Games Workshop even knows.
That, my
I
friend,
think
is
just-
a very, very well hidden secret. Also, I
So
would like
he's
to point
Schrodinger's
out
Emperor.
that I have
I think
received
they're just making
kindly
it up as they go.
many, many of these. Yes, it's a little Christmas duck.
Whack.
Quack, quack.
And I am putting them everywhere at the moment just to wind up my family, because they keep going places and going, there's a duck staring at me.
That's the same.
They are very
as-
cheap to buy from Amazon Haul at the moment. I'm just silently putting this out there. If you too want to torment your family over the next few days of Christmas by them waking up and suddenly looking ahead and going, why is there a duck looking at me? Or why do I feel like I'm being watched when I'm on the toilet? Well worth the investment.
Okay, I
I'm
was speaking
about
about
100.
Kurt's. I was speaking about Kurt's gift for Christmas. Because I'm doing a prank this Christmas.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So you can get what are basically the type of cash cards, and they've got a speaker and a long life battery on them that lasts for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And it can have a pre-programmed noise into it.
Okay.
Oh, noise is evil. That's just evil.
And I have 3 of them. And because you got to break a strip to activate them. On the 25th, I am hiding them around my brother's bedroom.
Calm down, Satan.
However, they only make a noise about every half an hour to 2 hours. So they're really hard to find.
Yes, they're
Oh.
called annoyatrons.
Okay, next question. The Channel Tunnel is opened in 1905. How does this impact the thinking of German Strategy Model 1? Honestly, then they probably, considering they consistently underestimate how long the British are going to take to get into things, they're probably still going to they're still going to sort of underestimate the British ability to get involved, and overestimate the time they're going to have. So likelihood, and no, you're not getting more biscuits. You're not. You can get pats, but not biscuits. Likelihood, to my mind, is the Germans will still, try and do what they did historically. They might make charging for the tunnel their priority, but it's going to depend where the tunnel is opened. If it's open in France or if it gets to Belgium. Because if the tunnel opens in Belgium, that means the British reinforcements are going to go straight into Belgium. And literally, they're going to be going from the train. And it's going to be train loads going through. So it's going to be how quick can you run trains through?
I think if it's where it's currently, so Calais.
Yeah, if it goes to Calais, though, it's going to make Calais a bigger target for the Germans to try and push for. But it's also going to be where the British are going to come out from. Also, it's going to mean that you're going to have a railway to move supplies and people, so you're probably going to not lose people like Kitchener. Because they probably won't get taken by ship, they'll probably get taken by train.
Yeah, also, World War II is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
That's going to be one hell of a battle.
They're probably going to be... also, the trains, the engines are probably going to have to be electric. And, yes, excuse the French for saying it kind of there. They're going to have... No worries. It took me a while to remember. I don't know. Yeah, I'll excuse the French there quickly. Just move on. Little cousins, do not use that word, please. I've got Christmas coming up. I've got far too many of you here. Please don't. Anyway, I'll get the blame. Not your mums and dads, who I know have said words in front of you. I will get the blame. But yeah, the interesting thing will be also its impact on railway electrification, because if you've got it, you've probably ended up with a very early electric line being set up all the way from London to Paris.
Oh. And
Right.
then
that's going to be have an interesting impact on things.
Yeah, at that time trains are still prestige projects.
Yeah.
So both countries will be competing in who can electrify all their rail lines first.
The first, and before people start going, what they're talking about, the first electric railway, is in 1881, an experimental one. There was 1883 was opened the Volks electric railway, which is the world's oldest operating electric railway. So yeah, there's. It is quite possible. It is quite possible. For them to do it. Are they going to be particularly fast electric engines? No, but yeah. They'll be there.
Getting electric and they're setting the standards. All future electric engines will use that system.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
That voltage.
It will be interesting. Stop it, Rob. Stop it. Be a good boy.
Someone asking about third rail electrification. I don't think so. I'm thinking they're going top.
It'll be overhead wires at that point. That was the one they were really going with. It'll be overhead wires.
Third rail is only for undergrounds.
Yeah.
Well,
when?
okay.
Well, no. When?
It depends.
We're talking if it's going to be done. If it's going to be done by 1905. It's going to be started in about, probably with the technology at the time, you're talking starting about 1900, 1899, 1900. And
now, ironically, this is something I've been looking into because of a project, but and it might actually be third rail.
Oh,
I think the tunnel might be, but I doubt the cross-country parts between London and the tunnel and Paris will be.
Third rail was the preference at this period. Go on, Ronan.
There are whether or not you go third rail or overhead is going to be dependent upon two things. One, how good are your lawyers? And literally, how good are your lawyers? Because overhead is safer to prevent idiots from providing a path to ground. And two, how are you designing the third rail? Because there are ways to shroud the third rail in such a manner that it cannot be easily touched by things like wildlife or cattle, livestock.
This is before the invention of safety, so the third rail is just exposed, probably.
Yeah, well, you'll have some degree of safety if for no other reason than people don't want the shorts to ground that disrupt service.
Yeah. Safety is not so
That's
much about
main-
people at this point. Safety is about keeping the trains running on time.
And a cow finding the third rail and dying against it and providing a path to ground. I believe a cow has enough conductivity where it could probably start tripping breakers and fuses. But third rail in concept is cheaper to build than overhead.
Just trying to think what kind of cattle they were using at that sort of time in Kent and things to work out whether they'd be big enough to cause that problem.
I think.
You'll be seeing a lot of Friesland dairies.
Yeah, they're big enough. They're big enough to cause that issue. It'll be okay. They want. I will be persuaded. I will go with third rail, but the overhead is what I would lead with because of the long distance trips, long distance trains, and electrification that's happening elsewhere. But yeah, they could go with third rail. You're going to end up. You end up with probably it's probably going to be because there's no point building a single track tunnel. It's going to be a double track tunnel. So you're going to be able to have trains going in both directions. It's going to mean that for the UK, quite literally, our deployment schedule for the army is going to be a train timetable. And you can get a lot of goods, etc., through that railway, but that's going to be one very, very busy railway.
Yeah. Also, the railway cannons, like railguns, are going through there.
Potentially. Depends how big it is. Those usually are very careful about which tunnels they go into. I'm not sure it's going to be that big. Definitely big enough for carriages and most normal trains to get through. I would like to see if they could actually carry tanks. Knight 6831.
Well, I'd say you might end up with the bit that's actually going under the tunnel, have it being designed so it's got a very big loading gauge. Even if the approaches on either side, be outside that immediate bit, aren't, so that you can shift stuff round that way.
No, I doubt they'd do that because that would require quite a lot of forethought, and also you must remember there's the whole legal system in the UK around standard gauge at that point.
Oh no, it would still be standard gauge, but it would be if you don't have any Kurt bends and other things, then you could go over the loading gauge.
That is a potential, but it's still going to require quite a wide tunnel and quite a straight tunnel. It'd be interesting to see what they do.
Okay, and hear me out here. Hybrid train. They can run off electrical power when in the tunnel through a third rail. When they get out of the tunnel, they switch up to steam again.
No, because you can't stop the steam engine bit from shutting down the steam engine and going cold steel or cold iron would be such a faff to restart. You'd be more likely to actually uncouple, attach to an electric train to go under, and then reattach to a steam train at the other end.
No, let's go electric on the way to and from, and steam in the tunnel.
I think your innate German biases are kicking in there that you don't want you want the BF to arrive about 3/4 smoked.
Yeah.
You get some nice flavor though.
I don't think coal is a fuel of choice when it comes to.
I would like to point out that quite a few people are wondering how Runon has such a high degree of knowledge about the conductivity of farm animals. We'll leave that to her to decide how much you want to desert to
NFPA 70E.
And in answer to your question, Don Giovanni, no, they haven't palletized their cargo by this point. There is some palletization going on, but it's very, very limited.
Palletization went mainstream in World War II, right?
Yeah, to an extent, yes.
Except
Some
for the
of the
Russian
railways
army.
To an extent. There's the reason I'm saying to an extent. 9681. If the Polar was a no-go for NATO to attack the USSR, and the USSR to attack the USA, what do?
Alaska.
If you can't attack from across the poles for some reason, then you attack from the other angles below the poles. You attack from the seas, etc. If the polar route is not an option, you go round. If you can't go over,
They
you
will
go
find
round.
ways.
You find it's the reality of it's tyranny of geography time. If geography is being a tyrant in that way, you find another way around it. That's what happens to geography. You can't beat geography. You just find a way to deal with it.
You can't beat it, but
might
you
be-
can reshape it.
There might be a bit fewer B-52s. Because they were built for Operation Chrome Dome.
Yeah.
No, the alternative it actually might be more because they need to launch from other places. Because you have to remember, Chrome Dome wasn't just done over the poles; it was done elsewhere as well. There were lower latitude ones, so it would just be they did more in the other latitudes. And remember, they buy as many as they get as many as they do to spread out the Soviet defenses. Because part of the thing for B-52s was there'd be so many coming in that the Soviets would have to scramble to try and intercept them all.
Now they have all of those as spares.
So they probably
Well,
more.
also it's the whole thing that when your radar return is that big, think how many other aircraft can hide in your radar shadow.
Oh yeah.
It's like the opposite of stealth.
Misdirection is a form of stealth.
A B-52 turns up, everyone is looking at the B-52. No one notices the F-22s and F-35s going, hello!
I mean, you could probably be flying in, I don't know,
Phantoms.
a whole load of Canberras.
Yeah.
You can
Most of the
probably fly in.
vehicles.
You can probably fly in a Cessna C-150 and stealth on the B-52.
It's fun.
Probably fly 747 in.
Okay, next question from Stafford. You can try... He's being very demanding this evening. Stafford, how many more or less conflicts would occur if the rulers of the world were all women? Instead of
Much,
kings?
much more. Much, much more.
Currently, a lot of female leaders have started wars.
I don't want to get into too much trouble here, but I hate to say this, but humans are humans. It doesn't matter their gender. They tend to end up going to war for similar reasons. So, in my experience, and I'm seeing this as someone who is the only boy in as many cousins as I am, it's not going to change history that much. It's really not going to change history that much.
And oftentimes, it's more than just one person who gets a nation to go to war.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
especially as you get closer and closer to the current day.
But if you start going more and more historically, especially historical Europe, monarchs are already petty.
Yeah.
Queens get even pettier.
Well, I would say queens get... But one of the reasons why queens almost have to be pettier is they are always even less secure in their position than kings.
Yeah, but it's also just... just from a behavioural perspective, women tend to be a lot more catfighting, willing to throw down over dumb stuff. Because of how our social hierarchy works compared to men.
Have you seen the stuff men fought duels over?
Yeah, and consider the fact that, okay, for most of history, it's been women haven't been allowed to fight duels. And women have developed an entire system of combat through words and implications and lies. Also known as high schooler syndrome. If you gave us the chance to duel and kill each other over petty stuff, we would. We really would. The only reason we don't is because it's not socially acceptable to do
One of the
so.
more famous duels in my family history is between one of my great grandmothers and a woman and another woman who was apparently a sort of friend of hers, who wore the same colour as her to her daughter's wedding, and it wasn't even the same dress; it was a similar colouring, and that led to a duel where the lady ended up dying.
That sounds on brand for a family.
It also led to that particular many greats grandmother having to spend a few years travelling the world.
Is that a euphemism for exile? That feels like a euphemism for exile.
It's a euphemism for exile.
There was no official exile, she just decided it was better to be elsewhere. But in return, she did help out the British government in various issues they were having in other parts of the world at that time.
That
Very
sounds like
helpful.
that sounds like the prototype for a Glyn book.
Oh, on Glim Books, I've been having fun recently.
In the nicest way to Glyn. That sounds like the prototype for several of Glyn's books.
How much did you tell Glyn about your family history, and how much did he borrow for his books?
Not usually. I haven't told him a lot about family history. Usually it's more I get random questions like, so how do people... what happens with modern arms dealers? And I go, well, this is how they operate. And then he goes, usually sometimes, how do you know this stuff? Well, you know, this is the joy about being in my particular film of academia, war studies. We are adjacent to a lot of very interesting areas, and we end up at a lot of interesting parties where we get to hear a lot of interesting things. But we're an academic in the room. So we're kind of weird. But this is one of those things I point out, is that, you know, people go, so how does an academic who's a historian... So I go, well, technically my PhD is war studies. Technically, I am a historian. That's what I would normally call myself, because that's far easier than trying to explain anything else and going into what war studies is versus history. And realistically, considering I'm a historian who's a public-facing historian who believes you should learn from the past to try and prevent repeating the same mistakes, pretty much that is the ethos of war studies. So... you know, yeah, it means I end up in some interesting places and have some very interesting friends.
I can believe
Very,
that.
very interesting friends who sometimes take me out to dinner and I go, hello, I'm your only academic friend, aren't I? Yes. And they go, am I your only? No, sorry, I have a couple like you. Apparently, Carrot 151 now has cream eggs for people to deal with rather than ducks. But you know, ducks are nicer. If you forget where they are, they're not going to go off. You're not going to suddenly find gooey, creamy mess all over the place.
You
Castanea,
could.
in your alternate histories, given the Dominion's battle cruisers, do the Caribbean colonies get ships, and what kinds? E.g., what nature of Barbados be? Probably not. They probably don't get cruisers. If they get anything, it'll be destroyers or sloops. They don't really have the economies or the population scales to support anything bigger. They'll get cruisers named for them, but they'd be Royal Navy ships. So it might be like HMS New Zealand. They might pay for a ship, but they won't crew it. But the odds are they get sloops. Because that's
I
a good
think
thing.
they get
And actually, that would be a
sloops.
good thing for them to have. Them having some sloops would be very useful.
I think they get sloops and with the destroyer as a flagship.
Possibly they get a destroyer leader as the flagship.
Actually,
Yeah.
okay, here's a quick question.
Yeah.
If the Dominions are looking at having fleets, do you reckon that'll be the push it needs to get something like the West Indies Federation and Dominion of the West Indies off the ground?
It could be, because it could be a load of them start feeling like they're becoming second class. It's like I said with Canada. The reason Canada would end up actually having ships in this scenario is because they wouldn't want to be the only one without them. Because imagine if you're the self-respecting Canadian Prime Minister in 1910, and you're coming to Imperial Conference, and the Australians are there, and they've got a couple of battle cruisers, and New Zealanders are there, and they've bought a battle cruiser and got some destroyers and cruisers, and the South Africans and Indians are there, and they've got a battle cruiser and some cruisers, and you're Canada turning up going, "Yeah, I'm Canada. What have you got? Nothing." What do you suddenly look like?
Maple syrup.
You look like you suddenly you've gone from being the biggest swinging you-know-what in the room, which you are back home, to being the that's nice. Just sit over there. The big boys are having conversation. You don't have anything to offer, do you? So just keep quiet. And you're never going to tolerate that as a politician.
The name of the Indian battle cruisers
Thank you, Christopher.
would be interesting. If they go for English sounding names or Hindi names.
Oh, one of them
Hindi.
would be the Emperor of India.
Of course.
They go for mixture. They probably have a mixture because they'd be the Royal Indian Navy. They'd probably be.
But there's things like HMS Hindustan.
Yeah, Hindustan or something like that.
Hey, could you possibly get more neutral names, like naming after the major rivers? So you get HMS Indus and HMS Ganges.
You might do.
Because that way you're not biasing and causing issues with the Hindu-Muslim conflict.
Well, yes, but also, again, think about when we're talking about versus when we're talking about India of the early 20th century, not India of the 1920s, 1930s, leading to the 1940s, when various separatist politicians were actually fanning the flames of that. It wasn't. I don't want the people that down on his head. It wasn't any conflict. I don't want anyone going away with the impression I'm saying that, but I'm saying there was quite a lot of fanning the flames of conflict to give people power bases. And that is one of the problems you do have.
Yeah,
But
I was thinking HMS Vikramaditya.
Unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think British Admiral would choose that.
I don't think the Indian Governing Council would choose that at that time either.
What we could see is some of the big princely, some of those, in inverted commas, princely states had a lot of money, and I could see them buying a prestige thing.
Oh, they would. I could see them buying a cruiser each as a prestige asset.
I mean, didn't the Rajah of Mysore literally buy the cruiser Mysore for the British Indian Navy? Or did he heavily finance it?
I think he. Yeah. Let's see. He financed the purchase of the Mysore, which was formerly HMS Nigeria. He financed it for the Indian Navy.
Okay.
If you let the Maharajas choose the how the cruisers are fitted out, you're gonna get a lot of golden cruisers.
I think you would, how do I put this? You would let them choose how to fit out the staterooms on the ships. They
Yeah,
would get told the ships all have to be warships they're buying, but they can choose how to fit out the staterooms.
yeah, and the crew compartments.
That there is going to be some standardization on that one because the British are one of the reasons that did cause issues with the Royal Navy and India was where it turned out that the army was not happy to tolerate, but was more accepting to tolerate a case system than the Royal Navy was. Because the Royal Navy didn't care what case you came from. If you didn't know how to handle an engine, you weren't being put in charge of the engineering spaces. And that caused some interesting points at various points with the development. Mostly stuff where it was politicians who were upset rather than the sailors.
Yeah,
It's usually when we're talking about these things, it's usually politicians going, but this person's from a lower case, they shouldn't be in charge of X, Y, or Z. And the Navy would turn around and go, I don't care.
They would go, who are you again?
Yeah, and usually there were more senior Indian politicians who would be telling that person to shut up, you moron. It was a fun one, but yeah, basically for names that you're going to pick for the battle cruisers, the flagships, you're going to pick names which symbolize the harmonious relationship of Britain and India at this time. That's what they're going to be looking for, because they're going to be flagships of the Royal Indian Navy as part of the British Empire. That would be the impact. Yeah, the RN had no time at all for the K system. That caused it someone once attempted to cause a riot in the Bombay shipyards, the big over it, and the Royal Navy basically put it down in like 5 minutes. But they were helped by the fact that a lot of locals, how do I put it this way, a lot of locals were less concerned with the case system than they were with getting the jobs, and they knew that the jobs from the Royal Navy depended on them being good. So you promoted on ability rather than
working there was almost.
Empress and Emperor would be out because, in the nicest way, Empress and Emperor of India, then which ship is which, and it's easy to get them confused in signals because they're too similar. Literally, that's something the Royal Navy has to think about when you're talking about ships. Knights of Clarke 1. If World War I, HMS Audacious and HMS Queen Mary hadn't been sunk in World War I, why wouldn't she be retained under the treaty? Because they're 13.5-inch ships.
Yeah.
So both of them wouldn't be retained. Neither of them would be retained. They probably possibly Audacious is a King George V class, isn't she?
Which ship?
Audacious, the battleship. She was a King George V class, so yeah, she wouldn't last. None of that class lasted particularly long.
It's the case of obsolescence.
Yeah. I
Considering 13.5 that really considered keeping around properly were the Iron Dukes and Tiger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Even then, the Iron Dukes were relegated to mostly training roles.
They were, and Centurion was a target ship. She's the one that lasts longest, and she's being used as a target ship. So no, I don't think they're not going to be kept around. They'd be gone.
Iron Duke was a gunnery training ship in World War II.
Yeah.
Which is why she got some of her turrets replaced with cruiser and dual purpose guns.
Yeah.
I
Chandel.
remember that.
Okay, Foxy.
I remember that because she was sunk several times in port, and they kept refloating her.
Yeah, the Germans love to hit her because then they thought they'd sunk an actual, but they'd sunk one of our major battleships. She was so many vessels that were sunk during World War II. Anyway, Channel. In 1855, the Grand Duchy of Tuscany manages to negotiate with the non-Savoy Italian states, the Papacy, Modena, Parma, and two Sicilies, as well as the Austrian relatives in Vienna, for the unification of the states, creating the Italian Federation. How does it affect the following year's balance of power?
Sorry, I missed which year it was.
1855. And
Presumably
it's the Grand
as a
Duchy of
triple
Tuscany.
kingdom.
So it's a unification that happens either 5 to 15 years early.
Yeah.
11 years.
Yeah.
Because the unification of Italy lasted a decade
Yeah.
with Garibaldi.
How does it affect the following year's balance of power? Well, there's more the fact that by the time you get to the Franco-Prussian War, they'll have been around for 15 years.
Yeah, there would be Italian theaters in that war.
And, well, the reason I'm thinking about that is because you would have... In terms of wars of Italian unification, you'd have... I'm trying to think which Austro-Hungarian war... Is it the Third War?
It's the Austro-Prussian War. The 1866 one.
Yes, it's 1866, so it's the 7 Weeks War.
Well, the reason I'm thinking about that is because if you've had Italy around for that long, you've probably, if you haven't had an Austro-Prussian war, then they're up for grabs as a potential ally. If you have had an Austro-Prussian war and Italian-Austrian war, then Italy and Prussia could well be allies to an extent, and Italy can feel that much firmer that when you have the Franco-Prussian war, the Italians go, okay, we can take off a section of the French. So you might get the French being invaded from the south.
Yeah,
they're probably gonna take the spaces around like Monaco.
Okay,
Nice. So Nice will become Nietzsche.
Okay, before all this, just to my credit, it's the original question asked here in chat because this very much depends on how Italy is united and how centralized it is.
It's a Italian federation, not an Italian unified necessarily a unified centralized state, but a federated state.
Okay, so we think like American style federal government pre-Civil War, where
probably something similar to that. Seeing as it is pre-US Civil War, so that might give them a functioning modus operandi to base it on. However, I could not see it being done without having a royal family at its head, so it's going to be an Italian federation with a monarchy, which is going to provide it with some centralization that's probably greater than what you have in America. So it's going to be a weird scenario.
I very much see it being a case of this Italian federation is way too interested in punching and kicking itself in the face than it is about trying to expand outwards again.
Well, you see, the thing is, the only thing that might keep holding them together is the external enemies. So the Austrians will attack them because the Austrians do attack them, and that's what results in the wars against Austria. And then attacking the French unallied with the Prussians is you're supporting the Prussians, our allies from the previous war, and you're also providing another enemy for us to go after. If that makes sense. So you're basically trying to go for unification by we're not them.
Yeah, German style.
Yeah. Against particularly the same threat, the French.
I'm trying to figure out how you'd get republics and a pair of monarchies to work and integrate into each other.
Quite simple. You have a monarch as its titular head, but you also have an elected royal prime minister or something like that, who's basically president. So you basically divide up the roles of president between the ceremonial and the administrative. And someone is elected to do the administrative functions, and someone is born to do the ceremonial functions. And the ceremonial will believe they have the power because they have the power of soft influence, and the legislature will feel they have the power because they have the power of the hard office of administration. And as we all know, the real power will lie somewhere in between.
With their wives.
Usually. Carrot, if the UK got annoyed by the 2nd Pacific Squadron's attack in North Sea, as their own neighbour is it, how does it affect the Japanese doctrine going forward with no Battle of Tsushima? Probably doesn't really affect their doctrine that much, because it's going to look like it worked. They're probably going to keep to the 6-6 or 8-8 doctrine, depending on how they evolve it. But they're probably going to be even more... How do they put this? They're going to think having a viable ally, like Britain, is going to go up higher in their esteem and value. Also, the Russians are going to be able to claim they only lost the war because the British annihilated them.
But at least this time they'll have an actual reason to think that.
Yes, because this time they will face the full might of the Channel Squadron. I know there are times when there's a certain admirals in the Royal Navy who do talk about, oh, I'll be sporting, I only take half my ships. But if any idiot actually looked like he was leaving port with only half his ships to actually do that, he would be removed from position so fast his ship wouldn't have actually even gone out the harbour before he'd been replaced. No one is going to be that stupid. They're going to make jokes about it, but they're not going to actually do it. They take their full fleet.
It's very much one of those things of, I could have beaten them with leaving 3/4 of my fleet behind. But you took all of them. Well, yes. Didn't want anyone to feel left out.
Yes.
I mean, that would have been terrible.
That would have been rude. Just think of the captains I left behind. They'd have been so upset with me. They wouldn't have had the chance to get at the enemy.
Mm.
And also, anything worth killing is worth overkilling.
The interesting thing, though, is that for the British, doing it might have revealed some of the issues we had with the quality of our armour and our gun manufacturer at the time, which might have then led to the Royal Navy doing a lot of investigations into those things, which could have meant that by World War I we were substantially better than we were historically.
Oops.
I mean, the Russian fleet is toast either way.
On the other hand, it would make Russian propaganda, modern Russian propaganda, incredibly much funnier. Because they'd actually have a concrete example to point at.
Yeah. And it'll be a case of, so half your fleet was wiped out by... No, 2/3 of your remaining fleet was wiped out by, what, 1/5 of the Royal Navy? 1/6 of the Royal Navy, which was actually active? 1/10 of the Royal Navy's actual full strength at the time?
Now that's a kick in the teeth for national pride.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'd rank today's Russian fleet also as being able to be killed by half the Royal Navy.
Stafford, how would the Axis have done if they had actually shared their technology with each other, as the Allies did? Would they have held on longer, even when in certain areas? No. They were towards the end. They were trying to do information sharing, but the trouble is, they've how do I put this politely? When you look at Britain and America and the wider British empire, its links in, there are a lot of overlaps of infrastructure and approach between between the British Empire and the Americans, and in sort of the English speaking world, which allowed them to over integrate quite easily and share data and actually build up to it. When you look at the differences between the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese, they often have gone down quite different paths of development, to such an extent that you not only need the information all the way back to the point at which you branched off to really build it up. And so that's the problem. Whereas for the British and the Americans, okay, the example I tend to give is in World War One. A classic example: John Brown's The Yard actually has an American as its I think it's its chief designer is actually an American. And there are two yards in America which have a Brit as their chief designer. There is so much integration between the British and American industrial systems, it is absurd.
And you can also look at the whole thing of boilers and turbines and how much information churning and sharing occurs between British boiler manufacturer and American turbine manufacturer.
Yeah,
and then their versions of both companies.
Again, Brown Curtis is the classic example where Curtis produces a design, Brown produces a version of it. Curtis goes, "Can we please buy a copy of that? We'd like to see how you made it to work that well." And the discussions go back and forwards. It's an interesting scenario.
I'm also just on a practical level trying to figure out what would the Germans get from tech sharing that they could actually use from the Japanese.
That's kind of the problem for... Go ahead.
And vice versa. Because both the British and the Americans have their issues in the North Atlantic in common, so you see American adoption of British radar and AFW systems, and vice versa.
Yeah.
How dare you question the utility of the Tiger II tank in the defense of Okinawa?
Well, it's more like, I'm just trying to imagine what Germans in 1944 will do with the plans for an 18-inch gun.
Well, my thing too is that
it's a gun which is far too short for what the Germans wanted to implement. The Germans like to implement a longer barrel weapon than the 18-inch gun was. The Japanese 18-inch.
I would also say that if you compare notes between Britain and the U.S., they both have, to one degree or another, some slack in their logistics train and in their manufacturing capacity to implement the other's ideas.
Yeah.
None of the Axis powers have that slack. Or at least they don't have the same degree of slack.
Also, I would argue that in some ways the British Americans actually have more centralized control of their economies than the Axis do. In terms of real terms, control them. Because you have to remember, in the Germans and the the Germans, to an extent, the Italians just don't. The Japanese, etc., are probably trying to be fairly accurate, but the Japanese tend to be optimistic. The Germans will lie completely about what they're producing, because if they don't lie, then they don't meet targets, they could find themselves deployed to the Eastern Front. Whereas you don't really have that as a scenario in Britain and America. Britain and America have a policy of, Okay. The worst you're going to do is lose your job. You're not going to find yourself sent to the Eastern Front.
Yeah, also, information sharing wouldn't build new dry docks.
No. That is the other trouble. You also have to have the infrastructure to implement these things. Hello. Oh. Hello.
Causes of my allergies.
You come for him.
Raleigh.
Huh?
Causes of my allergies. I've just had a nosebleed. Come on.
Please stop lifting heavy objects. Please. Stop lifting heavy objects.
Lift the heavy objects. Lift them.
Also,
Please
we need a
stop
lesson. We
lifting
need a
heavy
lesson.
objects. Just leave them for me.
We need a lesson in shore
No.
defenses. Yes.
No. Just leave.
And I can't fix Penguin. I put some batteries in it. Won't fix.
Okay, I will fix the Penguin. We get lights out, she breaks them, I fix them. I have no idea how this keeps happening.
Because you are having a civil engineer mess with electricity.
I keep telling her to leave it be. People wonder why I have 3 different soldering irons, and I sit there and go, well, because, honestly, I need them. Because if one stops working, I'm going to be really in trouble. Okay.
Wait, why is my YouTube in Polish?
Your YouTube's
Why?
gone into Polish?
Why should
Yes.
it be in Polish?
I mean, it might need some polish.
Okay, that's
What's
fine.
auto translating English into Polish?
Okay. Paul Amos.
Hey, sometimes I get Spanish ads for on Twitch.
Okay. Paul Amos. British government doesn't dispose of the Royal Dockyards post-World War II. What are the positives and negatives of this alternate history? Negatives is it's probably going to be an ongoing argument between various parties over whether or not they keep them going and how they keep them going. And it's probably going to lead to the fact that the commercial yards are either going to have to modernize and compete on the world stage for merchant hull orders, or they are going to go bankrupt because the orders that are going through are going to have to go to the Royal Dockyards first to justify keeping them. But conversely, advantages, it could lead to a more consistent building program, as you need to keep the yards going and you need to keep the yards full. So you'll be building something because you're paying for the people no matter what they're doing, if they're not building something or if they are building something. So you might as well have them building something. And you probably end up with a greater flow of construction because of that. What do we all think? What do we all think, panel?
Yeah, I mean, and
Yep,
Sorry.
there's gonna be some better construction, and the private businesses are gonna have to make it cheaper because the Royal Navy knows it hasn't. The Royal Navy has know-how now in that kind of in building ships, so it's gonna be. They know how much it costs. They know what quality it has to be. The Royal Navy can't be fooled anymore.
I think there's also things like you might end up with, and I've just seen it just flashed up for some reason on my computer, and I have no idea why, but it flashed up notifications, a picture of a gingerbread Gondor. And that both looks incredibly tasty, and I think someone might have a little bit too much time on their hands, but also that looks incredibly tasty, and apparently it lights up as well.
Someone has
Are
too
you
much
sure
time on their hands.
Are you sure it's not AI?
No, it isn't. It's actually from a baker. A baker has made this. It's on the display in their bakery.
Cool.
Carl, I'm not certain where you're
That's-
getting that Germany is suddenly going to grow another 500 fighter craft. But a lot of the problems with German fighters is, well, we kept bombing their production chains.
Yeah, that was one of the problems. But also the other problem, the British worked out very quickly early on. There were certain pinpoints in the production chain which were worthwhile taking out, i.e., ball bearings.
Yep.
They're just, Doc, they're just balls of steel. They're not hard to make, okay? They're just little itty bitty balls of steel. They don't require any specialized tooling or techniques or training to make, okay? I don't know where you people keep getting these ideas from.
Foxo.
And my favourite one is when I think it's the 8th Air Force goes, we'll attack the ball bearings as well, and then seemingly expect the entire German economy collapsed because they can't conceive of there not being a bypass for not having ball bearings. And pre-war planners didn't take into account that. Just because ball bearings are the most efficient doesn't mean they're the only way. Looking at you, slip rings.
I have no idea why my camera has just gone weird on me.
We're doing lo-fi doc today.
I have no idea why.
Now a bit of a lo-fi beat, and then we got a lo-fi doc to chill and study to.
I think it
You
could
want
be
the
the
heads
lighting.
already?
I think it could be the lighting. There we go. That's better. There we go. Lighting updated. That's better. Night 6 everyone. So it's
Is
a Tiger
it black
Cub.
for? Is the picture okay? Black. It's back. Been
Night,
delay.
Night 6 everyone. So if the Tiger Cub cruiser ships get built after the Minotaur class armor cruisers, as they should have been, what naming scheme might have suited them? Oh, they probably carry on with the existing naming schemes they've got going on. So you're going to go to traditional, basically third-rate names. You might end up with.
I know it's a bit tricky, but when you said to keep the naming scheme, my name went, oh, so they're going to name the cruisers after species of cow.
There are actually a few.
Bovine.
There are actually a few like that, but I was going to go for probably things like counties, continuing on the county names, and also HMS Captain and those sort of things. Well, probably not HMS Captain. Maybe.
No, Captain is a cursed name now.
Yeah, that's the thing is, but occasionally the Royal Navy tries to revive it.
Bad idea.
Well, you see, there have been. It's one of those things of. There's been there were about 3 third rates which have been called Captain. A 4th one which was originally launched as Canatic. There was a 1st rate which was originally launched as Royal Sovereign. And then there's of course the Iron Screw ship which was launched as Agincourt, which was originally named Captain. And then of course there's the one lost in 1869. So there have been multiple attempts to use Captain at various points. But probably it would probably be carry on with the county namings. Black Horse. Why was HMS Gloucester sent to rescue people off Crete?
Because it was there.
Yep, Seneca got it right.
And
It was
because
there.
Yeah.
you
do it.
Of all the ships there, Gloucester probably could have taken care of herself the best from air attack.
Yeah.
It would be between Gloucester and
Manchester.
Fiji. Well, you also had Fiji.
Yeah.
Which had the same secondary armament. The issue was that one of the so. I mean, I haven't finished it yet, but reading ABC's autobiography, that incident is the first time in the entire book he is anything other than unstintingly praising a subordinate, and says that basically it was an error. There is one of the problems, possibly, and I don't know how much I believe this. It is supposed to have been the complicated kind of command arrangements meant that Gloucester and Fiji, having been part of a different formation, the guy who was in charge of them and sent them back to go and try and pick people up may not have been aware of quite how much of their anti-aircraft ammunition they'd used up.
And didn't check.
Didn't check, and kind of didn't think to check, and yeah. So whether that would have changed things, I don't know. I think I could still definitely see somebody sending them anyway, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. But I think if he checked and made the decision from an informed place, he'd go, it was a justifiable risk. When you haven't checked, you then have issues with people claiming you weren't doing your job.
Mm.
Right. Next question. Having recently watched the latest Bilge Bumps channel episode on procurement, and based on Drax's comment that for a Constellation class, the USN procures a variant of the F-100 class, would enlarging the Bazan design, the 900 tons, removing that 16 VLS cells, and adding enough fuel to reach a 6,000 nautical mile range, as well as the SW kit they want, have sufficed? Good luck getting that all in 900 extra tons. Probably not. The answer is, whilst on paper it should do, in practice, NavC, as an organisation, I have a lot of time for the people in NavC. But as said, my experience of them and discussing with them recently, especially since I had this long chat with Sal about various things, and I went up and asked my friends involved very pointed questions. I got the impression, as said, that whilst these designs might work on paper and these things might work in paper, in the reality of what you're dealing with, everyone will add stuff in to make it safer. No one will take something out to balance it out, or to because of the risk of, if they've taken it out, then they could get in trouble because it could be found later it was necessary. Even if they don't think it's necessary, they don't seem to want to remove it. And things which have been removed, to remove them has had to go through so many different layers that much of the stuff, it doesn't get removed. Because at every level, the person seems to be asking the same thing of, why do you want me to remove this? If it gets removed, the buck will stop with me. Killer bin, no. Bad killer bin. Not $1 million. Not $1 million. Bad killer bin. Don't bring that up as an option. Do not suggest that as an option. That is not a good, not good killer bin. No.
Okay, hear me out. What if we tiger cover back?
No.
Tiger cover back. So shrink the hole down, take out most of the VLS, a bit of ASW. There we go. A baby buck.
No.
We don't need a
And then you could call the project a baby bird.
No. Just no.
Yeah. Imagine it.
The Burke is the fruit of 1970s theory, 1980s design, 1990s production standards. And yes, it's been modernized. Yes, it's had a tech in it. But please don't go there modernizing. We can produce such a better ship now. We can really produce a much better ship. Timu, do not encourage Killer Bin. Do not encourage Killer Bin.
Just for the record, I quashed Knight's question so we can devote the time to the alt history questions and not the modern politics and procurement questions.
Okay.
Yeah, Killabin, you
No
are
offense, but once
correct.
again, Knight, you really need to look at the title of what the stream is.
What?
This is the second time you've done that.
Dan F is on
And the
here,
only
and
reason-
yes, I hope
and
he's
the-
heard that Mum said Happy Christmas to him.
The only
Thank
reason
you.
I didn't
He says thank you
quash
and Merry
Chandler's
Christmas.
question is by the time I saw it was there, Dr. Clarke had started reading it.
And also, Dan, what time do you head off? Quickly.
Oh, bit after 11.
You
Okay,
don't-
do
you
you want me to
don't-
set you a timer for you there? So we can remind you.
I will try and keep an eye.
Please, Foxo, set the timer. You don't have another
I'll
long
set
day
the
due
timer
tomorrow.
for 11 o'clock then for you.
You don't have another long day due tomorrow.
No, should be a normal day.
I know my day in the HS is a long day for anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because a normal day for me is 12 hours does not mean that it is not a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long day is 12 and a half. It is 12 and a half hours. Short day is a mere 10. No.
Okay, I'm starting. The more I spend time with you, the more I worry about
Right.
the NHS, and the more I feel like every time I turn up in a hospital, I should be handling the doctor's coffees and just going,
That
That
"Hello,
is a good
here
way-
is a
good
coffee."
idea.
I'm not saying all of us run on coffee. Some,
Run on tea.
yeah, or Diet Coke.
What is it
Yeah.
with medical people and Diet Coke?
I have no idea, but it's
I don't know.
It's the
in the
second bit.
nicest way, the easiest way to tell if someone is a medic, usually if they are, or if you see them working in any kind of military scenario in the UK, is if they're drinking a Diet Coke, they're usually of the medical team. Stafford, you're doing long distance. You're doing long distance driving. I'm not surprised they're that long.
Are you even legally permitted to drive 14 hours?
Yes, it's the limit.
Mhm.
Limit's 14 and a half hours a day.
In Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's 12 in the UK. I've hit it before at work. Got pulled over once for it. Because I've been on road for 14 hours.
To be honest, oh, yeah, Team you, no.
I'll be honest,
I
on the
was
road for
about to say
14
that
Steve.
hours.
Right.
I
Next
don't want-
question.
I don't want the CDL driver that I'm sharing the road with having driven for 16 hours.
It's the distances. Steve, if the Axis had pulled its military research efficiently, what three interesting devices or weapons do the panel think we could have seen mature enough to be used before 1943-44?
None of them.
Yeah, it's a research question. The problem isn't research. The problem is logistics.
The problem
But
is
no, but
implementation.
the problem here, the big problem is you're either looking at electronics, which no side has the electronics that they're trying to research for their good stuff. Jet engines, which none of the Axis powers have the metallurgy for.
Yeah.
The BMW engines did not have the metallurgy they needed to actually function properly.
Rockets.
To have a lifetime measured in more than single digit flights. Yes, I agree with that.
Rockets, I think, is the thing. If long-range rocketry, because of the Japanese interest and the German ability, and the Italians also took some interest, that you could end up with long-range rocketry.
the big issue guidance still with them.
Oh, they wouldn't
Because
actually hit the
first I had-
target. You fire the rocket from Japan, it would hit somewhere in the United States. Probably Yellowstone or something like that. But it would hit somewhere in the United States.
Yeah, because it's more the mature part of that comment that got me going. None of them, because it means they're
It says
actually
mature enough to be used. I'd
Yeah.
say mature enough to be used, not necessarily mature enough to actually hit anything, was what I was going for with the rocketry.
Yeah, the rocketry will be of the variety. They found it in a field somewhere in the 1960s.
yeah.
It would be a case of, this would be, the nice way, the rockets would be found somewhere in America and someone would go, this proves aliens existed! And there'd be a lot of historians looking at this person going, did you not pay attention at all in school? Actually, no, we've seen what your school curriculum is and we feel sorry for your teachers. Okay, so let's start off with, what happened in World War II?
Okay, on a more serious note,
I'm being perfectly
Japan-
serious. I've had conversations with people. I had a conversation with someone recently who was a very interesting tourist going around the UK, who seemed to think the reasons we built castles in Cornwall was to defend against the Germans in World War II.
No, it was to defend against the Americans in the Revolutionary War.
I would like to point out, Seneca,
It was the Germans in the First World War.
this person actually comes from closer to you than me. They came from Italy.
How? To be fair, for an Italian, a middle-aged castle is probably quite a new build.
not
No,
really.
but seriously.
Because most Italian castles were built in the 16th to 17th century. In the post-Renaissance period and the early modern period.
Yeah, but yeah, that's. I mean, every country has its. The people that sit in the back in history class and make waffles.
Yeah, I know. And if those waffles weren't so darn good, I wouldn't have ever joined them.
I
I used to sit at the back and exchange telling blonde jokes with somebody, but
But on a more serious note, I suppose you could see getting around the anti-shipping issues with the V1 of the Japanese just putting a human pilot in there. And going, you fly V1 into aircraft carrier. As like a form of super kamikaze?
Okay, that's a good idea.
but they had
Hold
They,
the
already,
fire back
they
good.
already did. They already did that. It was called the Baka.
Yeah, but that only comes in at 45 and wasn't really deployed.
Caster, most of the Cornish castles were built to defend against the Devonians. That's the real honest truth. Most Cornish castles are more about defending us from Devon than they are about defending us from anyone else. Occasionally, some of the fortifications are about defending us from North African slavers.
And then you get some of them are built by the Normans to keep you under control. Like they did in Wales.
Well, that was necessary.
In a nice
there's
way,
no-
go and look at how many castles the Normans actually managed to erect in Cornwall versus erecting density-wise in Wales, and that will explain to you a lot about what happened down here. The Normans did operate on a policy in Cornwall. What happens there stays there, and as long as we don't go there, it doesn't come to us.
As long as we get the tint, all is good.
As long as you pay your taxes, everything is fine.
We'll supply you with tin. Taxes are a completely different matter. We heard they were voluntary contributions, and we don't feel like volunteering, okay? In the nicest way, no.
I mean, Cornwall still operates on that, right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's the Greece of the UK, but there's a surprisingly large number of buildings down there which don't seem to have proper roofs on them.
Oh, is that a tag thing? I thought that was just a general decay of British infrastructure thing.
No, it's
Yeah, I mean, in Britain it is.
depending on the type of roof depends on how much council tax you're going to get charged. Black Horse, how bad were the taken-off class battleships of the early 20th century? They were pretty darn good.
Oh my god, in hard factors, but pretty bad in soft factors.
Yeah.
When it came to actually working, they weren't good, but they were good on paper.
Oh, they were quite good. In a nice way, they were quite good at working when you had access to the spare parts needed for them and the supplies needed for them. It's just the supply chain was international.
Aren't they also the ones where 2 of them were actually quite good? 2 of them were built in Hungarian civilian ports and were absolutely atrocious. Or is that their precursors?
I think. Let me just check. Three were built in Trieste, and 1 was built in Fiume. And I think the Svent Instavan is the one you're thinking about. That's the one built in Hungary. The other 3 were all built in Trieste.
I remember reading about the fun times they had with her turrets and her electricals.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, fun times and electricals on warships is not a good combination.
If in doubt, you
lie.
You prefer life to be boring when it comes to electrics on your warship, as boring as it possibly can be.
Boring is good.
Yeah, boring
Anything
is what we want.
Anything with infrastructure, boring is best.
Yeah, you want it boring.
Was it the Invincibles that had arc flashes in their turrets when they were first built? Or am I thinking of a different ship and on every surface?
No, they had very fun turrets, but there was a lot of ships with a similar turret at that point. Knight 6831. If the Lion-class battlecruiser HMS Lion was saved as a memorial for the British, would she be encased in concrete, and where would she go? Well, if you're saving her as a memorial for the British in some reason, under the rules of the Washington Naval Treaty, using the Mikasa options, yes, she would have been encased in concrete. Where would she go? Why are they saving her? That's going to decide where she goes. If the Royal Navy wants to save her, she's going to go into Portsmouth or something like that. If a particular set of politicians want to save her, she'll end up where they think it serves their political interest best. So
now, obviously, she's encased in concrete on the river Orwell, and then they built a nature reserve around her.
She was built in Devonport, so if it's for some reason she's kept by the British, if she's saved, it's possibly she ends up going towards Plymouth. So probably somewhere on the Tamar.
I find myself wondering if it would be the malign influence of Beatty keeping her.
Oh, it could be, but if it is, then it's the Navy, and it's possibly Plymouth as well under that circumstance. But yeah, it's she probably ends up somewhere in probably the Devonian side of the Tamar, so probably somewhere like the Tavi.
So the worrying thing about that would be, from your point of view, that somebody just gave the Devonians a battleship or a battlecruiser.
A battlecruiser. Yeah, that would worry me. But the thing is, her guns can't reach anywhere further realistically than Lisgard. So, sort of a maximum distance they could reach is Lisgard. So we should be okay.
But can they hit London?
No, not for whatever. But they would provide an interesting extra bonus for Royal Marines and Royal Navy and personnel when they're doing exercises in the middle of Dartmoor.
Imagine
Dartmoor.
Imagine Sea Lion in the teeth of those guns.
Okay,
Imagine giving those guns to the Home Guard.
I feel bad for my great grandpa.
The more fun thing is for me is that the Tavi also flows through Tavistock, so in nicest way there would be both a battle cruiser and Tavistock on the same river, and it'd be a case of ooh, that's now my favourite river in the whole world.
Into a gate guard for prison in where is it? He said. Okay. Dartmoor.
Yeah.
I kept want to say Jersey Shore, and I'm like, I don't think Jersey Shore's a prison. Well, it's purgatory, but
I mean, it's New Jersey, so I mean, does anybody live in
Okay,
Jersey that
okay, we're moving
has
past
another
those things
option?
about against New Jersey, because also I've seen enough discussions of that on Habitual Line Crosser recently.
It's Jersey. They don't have opinions that matter.
There's at Foxo. In 2022, all aircraft carriers are replaced with Ace Combat 7 Arsenal birds, which only being able to make the drone fighters. How does aircraft carriers change modern naval combat? Okay.
it's meant to be flying aircraft carriers, but
I think I'm going to hand this over to Dragon first, just because I feel it's fun to torture him with Foxo's questions.
Chat, YouTube chat is agreeing with me with all the 100s they're dropping in chat that Jersey doesn't matter. It's the armpit of the country.
Hey, I'm fairly sure
That's
that there
the
are.
old Jersey for England, not New Jersey.
Yeah.
No, New Jersey.
Oh, right.
can we just drop the Jersey talk?
Clarification, Foxo.
Yeah.
What are we classing as carriers?
Everything that could be called a carrier, so the Japanese destroyers as well,
And any of the Russian nonsense?
and Kuznetsov.
Yeah, right.
But does Kuznetsov convert broken?
No,
Yes.
No.
it would be as is, because
And
I presume they're all in good condition.
yes, and also the Chinese theme park carriers also get converted.
Okay.
The US museum ship carriers?
No.
Yeah,
MQ-99s. If I remember.
No, MQ
No, not
100,
99.
MQ 101
101s.
UCAVs. Yeah. 80 of
The
those.
99s are the, what's it called? Ones that are deployed from containers.
yeah. I have one
These
question.
have missiles and guns, which is going to be concerning, and can perform maneuvers that no fighter can keep up with.
I have one question regarding Ace Combat. Is it worth playing Ace
Yes.
Combat
Yeah.
7?
Considering you can currently get it for like £2.
Okay.
Like, unironically, if you want to try Ace Combat, now is the time because its sale was ludicrous. I don't know if it's still got it, but it should do.
Although I would recommend Project Wingman over Ace
Three-
Combat 7.
£3, well, I wouldn't because it's got a more difficult control scheme. You do Ace Combat 7, then you go
$5
to it.
bucks.
Yeah,
$5
like-
bucks for Ace Combat 7. You know what?
but so I said,
Purchased.
this is going to be problem because no land-based aircraft can really deal with the MQ-101s. Admittedly, MQ-101s only have anti-air missiles so far that we've seen. They do not have anti-ship.
I'd say you've
So-
just created a lot of targets for Aegis and various air defense systems, and someone's realistically trying to rebuild
actually-
their ground attack capabilities.
Clarification, Foxo.
Yeah?
Which Arsenal bird? There's two, remember?
Yes.
Is it Liberty or is it Justice?
Liberty.
Right.
I'm not cruel
Boring.
enough to give justice.
Right, so you're not giving them the one with the death laser. You're just giving them the ones which, have cruise missiles.
You know what? Let's give them Justice.
Because Justice has a high output beam laser.
Yeah, Justice then.
Also, these things have literal energy shields, so
Yeah.
ships are going to be able to do nothing against them.
No one's going to be able to do anything against them realistically in the current time.
So,
You've suddenly got the. Also, you've suddenly got the scenario that it's 2022. Ooh. That's going to be complicated. I think the first thing you're going to see is an order for more of them. But I think also there's going to be the issue that as good as they are, can they hang around on station long enough?
yes,
Yes, they're nuclear powered.
they can stay on site practically indefinitely.
Then you're
don't think they
definitely
need
going
to
to
have
need more of them than we have currently aircraft carriers.
Considering with even just 2 of them, they were able to hold down practically a whole continent.
Yeah, that's great, but the thing is, you're also going to have them on them fights between them, and you're going to need to have them able to react to events because politicians are going to want to call them away and have them flow closer to places, even if they don't need to. So you're going to end up with them needing them closer. If that makes sense, you're going to end up needing more of them.
Don't necessarily see the logic in that one, I will admit, off the top of my head.
That's because it's not necessarily logic; it's emotion and PR.
Yeah, but even then,
Not Clarke's statement. The orders that will be cut.
Well, the problem is with how many carriers there are. So, Europe only needs like 2 of these things in Europe for aerial dominance. Maybe 3 if you want to prevent anyone trying anything. And there's more carriers than that in Europe.
Yeah, but the trouble is the European nations who have carriers aren't going to be just caring about Europe.
These aren't the sort of things, though, that you send for presence mission.
It doesn't matter about presence missions. Let's put it this way. Argentina technically has a carrier. Do you now want the Falkland Islands not to have one of these over it if it's dealing with if the Argentinians have got one?
I wouldn't necessarily put one over there without having a lot more stuff in place for it.
Yeah.
While
Also,
it might be self-sufficient, nothing
has
else
a
is.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. So this is why I say you're going to need more of them. So Britain can't afford to just have 2. They're going to need one for European patrol. They're going to need one for their occasional global presence of showing we can reach the world, and you're going to need one for the Falklands at least. So you're going to need at least 3, 4.
I actually think the whole thing of we can cross the world would almost disappear with these things because it's obvious to anyone they can.
Are they?
And then that's why.
Are they
Dragon,
super?
is it obvious to everyone that an aircraft carrier can cross the world? Would you say?
I would also ask, can they super cruise? There we go. I finally put the words together.
We don't know, but we don't think they can super cruise, but they can go far faster than would be anticipated.
And I'll return you to my earlier question, to the earlier question and point I was making. Dragon, do we accept that aircraft carriers can wander around the world as they wish to?
At a much slower pace, yes.
So why do we still have to deploy those around the world to show people who can do it then?
Because you're not really showing people that you can do it, per se. It's known that, yes, you've got the carrier, you can do this. This is accepted, it's more...
It's a show of will.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to be the same with these. It'll be a show of will. It'll be a show that we not only can do this, we will do it. In the nicest, it's the nicest way. The thing is, you have to remember politicians are incredibly visual creatures, and if they haven't seen, most leaders are, most humans are, if they haven't seen with their own eyes that you're willing to deploy something, they'll make themselves believe you'll never do it.
I don't think that's the same way, because these could be considered the same type of weapons of mass destruction. The beam laser that is on this, if you have one of these near a nation you're not in positive relations with, that's just asking for an international incident. That's like parking a nuclear missile sub off their coast.
Which is sometimes what we do.
Yeah.
And we also
rarely.
We
try not to do so, and especially not so blatantly, obviously, most of the time.
And the Americans fly B-52s around the world all the time, as well as demonstrations of capabilities. And same with aircraft carriers, and their potential to carry. Britain, even with our current aircraft carriers, are very coy about what weapon systems we put on them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the B-52 is no longer considered the nuclear platform. That's mostly the B-2 now, not the B-52. B-52 is basically the missile truck.
The B-52 is still we can put you back into the Stone Age with just piles and piles of tomahawks and other standoff weapons. It's the step before we have the capability to drop atomic weapons on your head.
Well, so the B-52s can still carry atomic weapons.
I think there's still some that are certified for standoff atomic weapons.
Yeah. Most of them are, from what I'm reading.
I have to double check that, because I remember hearing that they mostly stopped doing that because that's not their purpose anymore, to be frank.
Well, it may be a thing of they don't do it, but they're still certified to do it.
But it's more of the implication. They won't do it because of the implication. What is the implication? The implication.
So again, having something that can basically go, I can glass your capital, it's not a good thing diplomatically. Even in this sort of situation, it's...
Yeah,
but it has the same energy as the Los Angeles in 2024, surfacing out right outside Murmansk, inside the Bastion, and going, "Stop fucking about."
That's not a good idea,
here.
though. Yeah. But if nations are doing this more frequently because they feel they can, I don't want to see that outcome.
In the nicest way, it's nothing that they don't already do. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I think
they do it.
If we stick with our example of the Falklands explicit and stay with that one.
Now,
I hang on, Doc. Yeah. I think that you would, if the MOD and the British government is somewhat smart, they're probably going to wait for Argentina to do something squirrely with theirs, and then use that as a justification to flex a unit down there, and then there is always a unit down at in the Falklands South Atlantic area, and it's just there's never not one there until everybody gets used to it and kind of sort of ignores it.
Do Argentina still have a carrier?
Argentina didn't have a carrier in 2022. The thing was, and the point I was trying to make with this, they got rid of theirs in 1997. But they did keep talking about having carriers, and they did keep talking about having plans for it. Brazil, of course, has one. Brazil has LPHs and various things following. So I would say, honestly, HMS Ocean, etc., would count and would be replaced as well. But what I was thinking of with Argentina is going to want to have one. Even if they don't have a carrier and not getting one immediately, they're going to want to have something like this because, in the nicest way, it's going to be national pride issue. It's going to be with a lot of nations' national pride issue.
I can't see them getting one, though.
Why not?
These are not the same reason probably why they don't have a carrier. And also, did they have the technological capability to have one of these? To be brutally blunt.
Technically, no.
And who's going? And who's? Yeah, and that's my point. And who's going? And say someone else does manage to build one. Who's going to sell it to Argentina?
Someone who wants to cause trouble.
But when you end up in something like a nuclear proliferation, because you make the exact same arguments about nuclear weapons, and yet they haven't proliferated everywhere.
Countries tried to make trouble, but
yes and no. weapon systems like nukes haven't, but there's been a lot of effort to put into stopping them proliferating. And I can see that argument being made. But I would say when it comes to a system like this, which you're talking about, which is basically a modern drone carrier, Arsenal Bird, flying aircraft carrier, I could very much see maybe a Chinese secondary system or something like that being very attractive. Because you think about with the F-35 and the fact that some nations weren't allowed them, so some nations built drone carriers, etc., and perception of drone carriers as they are and their capabilities as they are. There's also the fact it does cause... How do I put this? In current circumstances, and we've dealt with this a lot recently, there are issues which can be caused for other countries. One of the things that's going on, we're seeing in the Ukraine, a classic example, is that a lot of nations which would... how do I put this politely? Prefer Russia concentrate on Ukraine than concentrate on anything else in the world, are very happy to make sure Ukraine is supplied with the weapons and the systems they need. And it's rather similar to this scenario for other powers. If you think about how often the idea, it's usually when Britain and China are having negotiations or anything's going on, suddenly there'll be rumours that China's going to sell weapons and systems to Argentina. And all these things come up. So the thing is, especially as Brazil would more likely will have one, because they have ocean and they have had aircraft carriers before that, so they most likely get one. I wouldn't be surprised if Argentina thinks they have to have one. At the moment Argentina has one, then Britain probably has to have one sitting over the Falklands. Or it has to invest in a massive amount of defences in the Falklands to defend it against that.
Right, so then that changes the question again. If ocean's being classed as one, then does all, basically LP, LD, etc. also do? Because that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't consider a landing platform helicopter ship.
Neither would I. Like, I would put the limit at the Japanese aircraft carrying destroyers.
Once you've got the the helicopter destroyers in there, the moment you added those in, you added in LPHs. Maybe not LHDs with a dock. But anything that's not built with a dock, so USS America, the America class versus most rest of the class, etc. It's basically anything which is built as an aviation first ship is classified as it. It's going to get converted.
Okay.
And again,
I just still don't see someone giving it to Argentina because
I see them selling it to them.
I don't, because this, again, from what I'm aware of this level of technology, this is not something you just sell.
Oh, maybe
if you
not
are
the
selling
top of,
this.
Maybe not at the top of the range grade. But are you telling me someone won't produce a F variant?
Yeah. To be brutally honest, because again, they've got the advantage of these have been created.
Yes.
It has not been they have the technology to build new ones.
Well, aside from BAE.
Well, now BAE says it. I believe your question mentioned BAE can build the drones. Not the actual thing itself. Therefore, no one in the world currently can build it, so they'll have to reverse engineer it.
So that means also, in the nicest way, so that means lots of people will be having to work out how to build their own drones, because not everyone wants to buy them from BAE. Okay?
Yeah. The drones are the easy bit. Relatively speaking.
And now also everyone's going to want spare parts and possibly to build their own. And the easiest way to get funding for that when you're operating your own is to get someone from abroad to pay for it. Isn't it? The easiest way to fund that kind of construction is to get someone else to pay the bill.
I would also like to point out that based on my last set of reading on the topic, the current U.S. administration has taken quite a shine to the current Argentinian administration.
That comes and goes.
It does, but they're slightly more ideologically aligned than they have been historically. So there's less barriers.
I would say there were some really interesting conversations being had recently, and one of the points which was firmly made was, yeah, remember we were friends with you in 1982 as well. We still didn't support you in that conflict. That's what you have to remember. America was very good friends with Argentina in 1982. That's why the Argentinians thought they could do the Falklands War. They thought America would side with them. That's always one of the things you have to remember about that war. Okay, can I just check everyone can still hear me and is still speaking?
Yep,
Yes
yep.
and yes.
That's good, because I suddenly
Well,
heard a
we're
beep.
not all still.
I heard a beep in my headphones and I thought, oh good lord, has Discord disconnected? Okay. Black Horse. What if they were able to get enough power running on USS Hornet to get her engine back up? Could they have got her out of there, and what happens? Perhaps they get her out of there in time. Perhaps they get her on the cloud. They get her into a space where she's got some cover and she's not spotted by the Japanese, and then she's taken back for a massive repair. And the Americans have another carrier earlier on in the war. Alternatively, she turns out like she's rather like Enterprise. She's off being rebuilt for a large chunk of the war. Knight 6831. As 23L class and 16 of the 22K class were renamed, so the British built a further 23L and 16K class torpedo boat destroyers. With those extra torpedo boat destroyers, how many losses to German torpedo boats might be avoided? Are you talking about World War One? Because you're talking about TBDs, so I'm guessing it's World War One because it's TBDs.
Dr. Dan, it's past 11 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's Tribals, Battles, and Darings, and so if we're saying that the JK classes and ends and the...
Well, there aren't 23L class and 22K class built in World War Two.
I'm riffing on saying there's more Tribals built.
There's only 22L class destroyers built during World War One. This is why I'm confused. But yeah, basically, if the Royal Navy has built more, that's great. Is it going to save things? It's going to depend where they are. Honestly, it's going to depend how they're used and where they are and what they're being used for, because you can never have enough ships. So if basically you're saying, okay, the Royal Navy are given another 39 torpedo boat destroyers, they're not going to be unhappy with it. They're going to go, ooh, that's useful. Let's go use them for things. But can I tell you how many losses might be avoided? No. Because it's going to depend. Are they put on the Harwich Force? Are they put on the Dover Patrol? Are they used for convoy protection? Are they used for the Grand Fleet to give them a heavier destroyer line? There are so many options. So that's the thing of you have extra ships, that's useful, but they are going to be in a war where when you consider the Royal Navy is spreading them out by the 100. An extra 39 are nothing to be sniffed at, but they're also...
Honestly,
Not
it's
decisive.
It's a bit like whether or not the US gets 2 or 8 Constellation class. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference.
Why did you have to bring
at
that
the
back
time.
up again?
We're not talking about them.
Because I didn't get to say anything about it before.
Bowman Boy, Dr. Clarke, but Reagan was much closer with Thatcher than Trump is with Starmer. Yes, but Trump is far closer with the royal family than Reagan was. And Trump is a bit of an Anglophone.
File.
Anglophone.
File.
Wouldn't it be file?
File, yeah, Anglophile, sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't speak good English, though, so he is not an Anglophone.
No, I was remembering. For some reason I was talking about. I had another president in my head who was saying Anglophone, and then I went, no, the wrong one, and then I said.
No, Anglophone would be the right word as well.
No, he's not an Anglophone. Look at his terrible. He has a terrible vocabulary.
It's nothing to do with vocabulary. It's the opposite of Anglophobe.
Yeah.
And someone who actually doesn't like
No, he's
English.
a file, not a no.
Yeah.
Phone.
He is okay. He is
N for November E.
Yes, he is a phone in that he speaks English. He is a file in that he likes the English.
Yeah, Anglophone means English speaking.
Putin is a phobe in that he hates the English.
I was thinking about someone else who was an Anglophobe. Quickly, I was going to give an example, then went, no, I'll just say Anglophile. And for some reason, it came out as the two. I combined the two words in my head and came up with Anglophone. And I don't know how that happened, but hey ho.
Hold on quickly. Let's be real. Putin's not an Anglophobe. He's an Anglo-Saxon phobe, given his propaganda.
Okay.
I think the Anglo-Saxons still haunt his nightmares.
Black Horse.
Well,
what happens if
Kiev and Rus for forever?
Okay, Black Horse. What happens if Okay, next one. Answer the question. Black Horse. What happens if Japan was able to successfully invade India in World War II?
Define successfully invade. It's a bit like invading Russia.
They reached definitely British India. They got very close to actual India. Actually getting into India, that's gonna be at the end of a lot of logistics, and they're gonna be in trouble. And that's going to be an interesting land conflict. That's also the scenario where you might get troops taken from North Africa and put into India. I.e., an armoured division from North Africa brought across to India.
We're actually up to start an armoured division against the Japanese army, Burmese army.
Yeah.
That's not going to be fun for the Japanese.
No.
Just talk about the Aussies Understrength Division.
Yeah, it's basically, once you start looking at the armoured divisions and what they got up to at various points in the Malaya and Burma and that sort of war, it gets kind of interesting when the British get their armoured divisions out there.
From what I can tell,
I have my book on armoured divisions.
British and kind of armies that are based on a British model seem to lack the understanding that there are certain places tanks shouldn't go, and takes tanks to them. They do it to the Germans in North Africa, and they do it to the Japanese in the jungles and things in Burma and India, from what I can tell. And they do things like they turn up and go, this one is now... We don't particularly want to take it up against the latest German and Italian anti-tank guns. But the Japanese have nothing that can get through it. So, yeah, that's fine.
Which is why the Matildas go waltzing down through various parts of Papua New Guinea.
And the Lees and the Grants. And they go... Oh, I have a 75mm, which is very good for firing high explosives, and many, many machine guns. Thank you, Americans, for putting many, many machine guns on this.
Or the unsung hero of the Far East, the Valentine, just going, I've got the same climbing capabilities as the Churchill.
Yeah.
I'm also about 20 tons lighter than the Churchill, and you still can't hurt me.
Ooh,
yeah.
Are we going into climbing again?
The Valentine was a very interesting vehicle in some of its approaches to things. What people often forget is
I
how many
still-
of them worked for the Russians as well.
Yep.
It was. It's one of those vehicles that will never win a top trumps fight, but it just worked.
And that was really the important thing. It worked.
Yep. It was probably the start of British tanks starting to come out of the kind of what sometimes I think described as the Dark Ages. Of kind of
And
British.
of course, there was also the Archer variant of it, which was just gorgeous.
Yep.
The original shoot and scoot tank. I would say, I think the surviving examples of the Valentine, I think there are more actually surviving in Russia than anywhere else in the world.
Yes, good. Lubink has got, I think, 6 of them alone.
There's a couple around Asia. There's a Valentine bridge, a bridge layer version, sitting in the Dutch museum.
As you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bovington's got like 4 of the things.
Yeah.
That's discounting their creative modifications. The Royal Armoured Engineers did some of the ones they've got there. Totally not looking at the Defiant. The Defiant doesn't exist.
And which was the one that was impossible to drive? That was the
Defiant.
Valiant. Nope, Valiant.
The
Valiant
trouble-
as well.
There wasn't a Defiant.
I'd say with the trouble, the Battle of Impal and its exact location is, whilst it is in India, it is the Battle of Impal and the actual battle is literally taking it's just on the border of India. So that's basically going, look, we've managed to make it to the border. We're just inside the border. We've invaded your country. And you're sort of going, have you really? Have you really? When you consider how big India and how much you have made it to the very tip of it. That doesn't really, to me, that's basically the maximum length of their capabilities. And it is, again, it is, of course, Bill Slim and Jeffrey Scoons. They find themselves going up against 120,000 troops of 4th Corps, which are the 17th, 20th, and 23rd Infantry Divisions and the 254th Tank Brigade. And the British and Indian forces deploy with 120,000 troops. They have roughly 13,000 killed and wounded from memory. And the Japanese and, Provisional Government of Free India, aka the Indian National Army, aka the people, the Indian troops who decided to fight for the Japanese, together deploy with 85,000 troops, and they end up with about 55,000 killed and wounded. I wouldn't necessarily put that up there as a successful invasion. Or as a sort of a sensible point. It's part of the contested war. It's more about Burma than it is necessarily anything. It's the Battle of Impal and Kohima, it's often called, and it's yeah. And the Chindits are having fun and all sorts of things are taking place, and then after that battle is pretty much when the British start their counterattack into Burma with armour and doing all sorts of nasty things. Because from that point onwards, enough armour starts to turn up for them to be able to do it.
And the Aussies.
Yeah.
Start coming over.
The Aussies, a lot of British regulars as well, turn up from various parts of the world, and it's, yeah. And the Indians are very, very good, solid troops, and they just start turning out in absolute droves. Knights to go for one. If the British developed a similar system to Aegis in the 1980s, what ship would be testbed, and would the Type 23, 45, 26 31 or 32 beta ships to be fitted with it. 45s would get it. If the British developed an Aegis version in the 80s, 45s would get it. Possibly the Type 22s would get it. But you're probably talking batch-free Type 42s would be the test bed of it. Because if I remember correctly, if it's in the 1980s, the Type 42s batch-free, they are delivered in the 80s. Most of them are accepted into service, commissioned. Well, Edinburgh's 1980, commissioned 1985. So's York 1985. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Edinburgh and York. Potentially Gloucester as well. So York, Gloucester, and Edinburgh probably are the ones which have it on 42s. Will be the ones there, and then others might be retrofitted with it. And then it would be a Type 45s almost. But the Type 45s do have a kind of some pretty interesting systems on them, which is kind of the Silver PAM system, which is sort of a European Aegis, but it's more a case of it's built with a similar concept in mind from a different perspective. So it's
Well, because from what I can tell, Aegis is about defending your carrier battle group from massive Russian attack.
Yeah, massive missile, high speed missile attack. Yeah. This
Whereas,
is why when people start talking about hypersonics being something absolutely brand new, I sit there and go, no, it's they've gone faster, yes, but it's a speeding up of the capability. It's not something which we haven't been thinking about before.
I mean, how fast were some of the shells going in World War I and II?
That's not really. We don't really intercept them, but some of the missiles the Soviets were preparing to chuck at us their claim speeds were very, very high, and that was what they're working on. But as I try to explain to people regularly when they start bringing up things like the Red Sea, etc., the trouble mostly with most of the systems is they're designed to defend the ships and the task groups they're with. So I know, in simple terms, missiles coming towards them, not missiles going across their engagement space. And that's the problem. And that's why I don't think realistically the Red Sea is a model for how we would do how we would do merchant ship defense in future operations. Because whilst it worked in that limited scope against that limited threat, against anything approaching a peer threat, that isn't a viable option. It just isn't one. Okay. Carl McGusberg, read section 31. Are you aware of any other historical secret service which came into being by loyal but undercover citizens? Usually governments, if they hear about such an organization being set up by loyal but undercover citizens, they tend to destroy them. Very efficiently.
Or absorb them.
No, they destroy them. Because that is a problem.
That organization can very quickly become not loyal.
Yeah.
And you've got to yourself a coup d'etat.
And that
So
organization, and that organization, if you try to absorb it, will always believe it's independent of you. It knows the best for the country, not you. And that's a problem for governments.
You end up with the Black Dragon Society in Japan. They're loyal to Japan, their vision of Japan, their version of Japan, which isn't necessarily the other ones. The other thing I was going to say about that, closest I could probably think of is the Pinkertons, who were a private detective agency that somehow basically became the US Secret Service.
Yes.
And secret police.
Yeah.
At one point.
Yes, and the Pinkertons still exist today.
They
and
do.
I would say they're no longer at the position they once were.
No, and even back in the Gilded Age, they were very much
They have a very good PR firm, though.
Yeah, they have a very good PR firm, and it's mainly the thing of you serve who's cutting your paycheck, which is usually the bosses.
Yeah.
Whether they're party, corporate, or literal bosses. Not the best interests of the country.
Back in a second.
They're loyal to their paycheck, not to their any sort of national ideal.
Yeah, the organizations that countries want to employ are loyal to the paycheck, not the country. The ones that I love, and I'll always talk about the Varangians, the Varangian Guard, whose job as secret service / bodyguard / messengers, they were specifically chosen because they had a single source of loyalty, and that was their paycheck. You don't want people or organizations loyal to concepts if you're trying not to get cooed.
Well, you want them loyal to a concept. You want that concept to be capitalism.
Or just anything else. Because, I mean, look at how many paramilitaries have turned on and stuff like Republican Guard wannabe organizations have turned upon the rulers.
Yeah, I've been trying
They're
to work out.
incompetent.
Are there any good guy examples that have been called things like a Republican Guard?
No, I'll be good.
That's one of the translations for the Praetorian Guard, and they were competent for a while.
They were competent until they became too confident of their own position.
Yeah, or it became a hereditary position.
Yeah. Okay, one thing I would like to point out is apparently sticking little glass ducks with Santa hats on inside lampshades, so they're staring down at people from the ceiling, is not as funny. It is far more funny for me than it is for people who realised they were being watched by aforementioned ducks.
That sounds like a skill issue for them.
Right. I'm under orders to remove it from that position.
No, but it's now probably too hot to touch.
I'll do it tomorrow. Basically, there's a lamp which has the bulbs is sort of recessed in the ceiling, but the bowl sort of sticks out. It's sort of the thing, and I might have stuck some ducks in there, having a little conversation. They're just having a conversation in there.
You're a menace, you know that, right?
Yeah, It only took them like 9 hours to notice where they were. Desert Foxo. In 2018, BAE prototypes the first air battlecruiser, a Project Wingman flying warship equipped with lasers, close-in weapon systems, and hypersonic missiles. How does the world respond to them? Who buys them? If BAE prototypes, as in build something to show the world, at that point, Britain probably buys one, and buys a couple, and more than likely the US are ordering them rapidly in 2018. And probably the French are trying to build their own, the Chinese will be trying to build their own, the Russians will claim they've had one for about 20 years while rapidly trying to build their own. And simultaneously claiming the BAE one is completely out of date and doesn't matter. I just love the way that works on Russian television. I'm sorry, I know people will hate me saying this, but I do find it funny that I can literally, when I'm watching some programs that come through from Russian television, they will go from literally one program where something is terrible, and then they will say, no, we've had one for 40 years and it's already better in the next program. And you just sit there and go, I love it. I love it. so blatant. How does the world respond to them? Probably panic from a few people, but it's more a case of they're going to start working on their counters to them. How do you counter them? Possibly very long-range air-to-air missiles, possibly very long-range ground-to-air missiles, or surface-to-air missiles. Very long-range surface-to-air missiles. Things like the SM-3 could well be taking on you can do anti-ballistic missile, you can do ABM and anti-satellite. That's great. Can you do anti-flying battlecruiser job as well? And probably in a nice way, sort of working on the idea of, can we do a ballistic attack so we come from above? And yeah, it'll have close-in weapon system, etc., but lasers, close-in weapon system, you've got enough you launch enough missiles, one will get through. And the thing about an aircraft is that if one missile gets through and hits it, that could well be a significantly life-ending event. But what about the rest of you? What do you think?
Where's your boyfriend when you need him?
Currently trying to make sure Necrons don't annihilate some things. Aerial battle. There's still the aerial battlecruiser one to confirm.
Yes, it's the air battlecruiser one.
Yeah. So you mentioned that it's developed and produced, so that means these are actually capable of being built. So, which is a noticeably different one, which is going to be fascinating. France starts panicking.
Mm-hmm.
Because, oh no, not this again. So you probably see an attempt of Europe to do something with that. I agree, you almost certainly see the Americans interested in them. Russians trying to do their shenanigans. The thing which has me here... Basically, these are going to become a big threat to carrier battle groups.
Mm.
Because you've got hypersonic missiles and a laser system. And that is problematic. Thankfully, these can be shot down by normal missiles. So, but basically, if you carrier battle group knows one of these are nearby, so you argue we might start seeing aerial escorts for a carrier battle group as well. A carrier battle group might have an air battle cruiser with them.
Yeah, link them up and it's going to be fun.
Which you probably mostly see that with the US more than anyone else, I feel, because they will go, yeah, we'll just take 16 of them, thanks. More than likely, knowing them. Mostly so that they can have some in active service, some in repairs, etc. And they're really the only economy in the world that actually could afford to have a large fleet of these.
These are still aircraft the size of, but are bigger than some destroyers.
Yes.
Yeah,
but they're expensive. But go on, sorry.
The thing is, they are going to be big enough, but also expensive enough. You're still going to want to have multiple. I can see even Britain would be going. We want about 8.
No,
simply to be able to generate enough force.
We want 15. We will accept 12, and the government will say
pay for 2.
Can't cut it down to any less than 8. And the government will buy 6.
I was going to say you're going to end up with 6.
No, the British government declared they're going to buy 24, then actually get 8. That's what I was actually thinking.
I'll be honest, I'm just imagining them going with 6, to be honest.
Well, no, the reason I say 24 is because they'd want a squadron for both the Royal Navy and the Royal Navy and the Fleet Air Arm.
That is the question.
And then they'd end up with getting for the Royal Air Force and the Fleet Air Arm, and then they'd end up getting 8, and it would be a joint squadron.
Who would actually control them in the British Army?
That's exactly what I was going to
Americans. Would they get their own branch? Because they're ships, but they're flying.
Welcome to the war between the Air Force and the Navy. In the US, the US Navy and US Air Force will probably have their own versions each. And in Britain, as said, it would start off with we're going to get a squadron for each service, and then it would be you guys can have a short squadron between the two of you. It would be a joint force, Steve. It would be a joint force, so it wouldn't be controlled by either service. It's kind of like the F-35 program. which might explain why the F-35 is turning interesting.
And just lastly, actually, how long do you reckon BAE could stay monopolistic with this?
They couldn't. Well,
the problem is going to be they are a company which has both aviation experience and large-scale ship production facilities, so they could actually build it. So you would it would wait till a company, an aviation company could actually, an aviation company or a shipyard could actually link up. And the trouble is in America and in the UK is quite a lot of that infrastructure is already in demand. So if you don't already own it, you aren't going to be able to change it over to this. Which means you're probably going to have to build it.
General Dynamics is about to get some really nice contracts.
And it'll be really interesting. Also in America, probably Boeing would try and do it, which would be interesting. BAE would probably sell them some to begin with, and then the Americans will probably buy some from BAE first off, built in an American facility that they own, and then they'd try and get someone else to build them.
Would you build it in a dry dock where would you build it?
If it's as big as Foxo is saying, possibly you build it in a dry dock.
In law, they were built in naval yards.
Yes,
They're also amphibious, so they are meant to, when not in the air, land in water.
Which is going to give the Navy. It's going to make the navies say they belong to us and argue very strongly they belong to them, which is going to be fun for the debate. Basically, Walter Brodus, think Spruce Goose, just slightly bigger and jet powered. Yeah. Black Horse, were there any cases of the spar torpedo actually causing major damage or sinking ships of any navy?
Yes. Just also themselves, or rather the ships with them.
Yeah, I want... I'm just checking because, you know, there's always a chance there is one out there where someone actually sunk something without getting sunk themselves.
Because the issue with the Hunley wasn't that spar torpedo killed them, is that they didn't listen to the blast effect specialist and put the stick too short.
That was an issue for the Hunley. I'm going through most of the uses of the spar torpedo, and pretty much everyone sort of results in, and we were wrecked as well, and they were wrecked as well. There was occasionally they seem to have some of them do survive, but they always seem to need a massive and very long detailed refit after they've used them. Okay, the Randuncia of the Romanian Navy is a good example of this. It was built by Yarrows. For them, it could do 8 knots, and yeah, it was a spar torpedo. Yeah, it was no.
I'm trying to think of other weapons that have.
The spar torpedo is something which is very effective because it's setting off a large explosion right next to your enemy. It's also very interesting on your own ship because it's setting off a large explosion right next to you.
It's sort of like a lunge mine, but naval.
Yes.
Hmm. I'd like to keep it on the list of things my forces aren't reduced to needing to use. Do you think that would be a fair
Oh, good
comment?
lord. Yeah. It's gonna be. It's just. I'm just looking for them. No, it's a list of yeah. Oh, Steve Clarke. In a nice way, BAE would build one in the US. They own yards and facilities in the US. BAE is a. Let me put it this way. The other joke about AUKUS is that AUKUS was signed to make BAE's free core components actually be able to talk to each other. That one of the reasons why you actually ended up signing AUKUS was to allow BAE UK to talk to BAE US and BAE Australia to actually share data. Because it is spread over them all. And I think it's the third largest defense supplier in America at the moment to their forces by volume of contracts. It is the largest to the British, and it is, I think, the largest to the Australians as well, once you get down into the brass tacks of components that are being supplied to them, and various things going into them. And there's also Canada, there's very large sections of the rest of the world get supplied from us, and they needed to talk to each other. And one of the points of AUKUS was it has made the sections of BAE be actually able to talk to each other.
Like BAE, a part of that skeleton is Vickers, and they act like Vickers sometimes.
And Armstrong, and all sorts of other people as well. They took over.
Only sometimes.
They definitely got the Vickers sales department. We can sell you anything as long as it's 14-inch.
Yeah, I say that sometimes like Vickers because they haven't actively started any wars like Vickers did.
That you know about.
I now have visions of a submission for Sunvolt 2 being submitted by BAE Systems with a 14-inch gun.
Don't joke.
It reminds me of a conspiracy theory I read on a Russian website that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a false flag by BAE so that they could sell and take over Europe and America through the war economy.
They were already doing it without it. Steve. Starting with the youngest, Foxo, each panel member has to pick their least favourite science fiction franchise, and each person must choose a different franchise and at least 3 reasons why. Dan's still here, right?
Yep.
So, that means it's Foxo to Dan. I think.
Yeah.
No, Foxo Dragon, Dan.
No, I was thinking the end points, because it would go... To my mind, it goes... Foxo, Dragon, Runon, me, Dan. That's my suspicion. So, Foxo, you're up first.
So here's a question that's a philosophy question that's required for my answer. Do we classify a lot of Gundams and mechas as sci-fi?
They are science fiction.
They are science fiction.
Okay. Evangelion. I absolutely hate that franchise.
I have decided to use a mallet as my gavel. Agreed.
You know, you might not be far off.
3 points.
I'm not sure I'd call it that my least favorite, but
It's an incredibly toxic set of relationships. The fights make little to no sense. It's a rip-off of biblical canon that the author poorly understood. And it's just a poorly written story that is only popular because it was done in the 90s.
You've not seen End of Evangelion, have you?
I've seen both of them.
Yeah,
and both of
things
them.
that cannot be said here.
Yeah, and it's like...
That they included in a children's show, by the way.
Because it first came... It was one of the first anime that came to the West. and it's a cult. Dragon?
Least favorite.
I can do an honorary mention if you want.
Yeah, because the problem is, as you know, I'm a big fan of science fiction, so there's a lot I'm having to go through in my mind here.
So honorary mention while he does the thinking. Destiny. Especially the franchise after Destiny 2.
It's a good answer.
And the three reasons is Bungie, poorly managing the storyline, it just losing all internal consistency, and the author was apparently a crackhead, given how they've written it, and the fact you can't actually play half the story now.
This answer's going to get me lynched.
Okay. For a dragon's turn.
I'm not sure I necessarily consider this. Yeah, I guess it might not be necessarily the least favorite of mine, but it's definitely the one that comes up that I dislike going back to the most. Battlestar Galactica. Especially.
And I would just warn you all that, by the way, Steve might have asked this question, so in future when asking alternate history questions, he can put it in things which are going to cause us stress. Just for the fun of it. I'm just pointing this one out before we go further.
Without me having to necessarily go delving through all the different series I have tried, which half of them I barely remember anymore, I despise the new Battlestar Galactica.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely hate its whole thing of yes, well, humanity was pushed back to the brink, so we had to look backwards. Fair enough. Humanity finally gets to the point where they are now better than Cylons. Cylons immediately. Yes, we've negated all your advantages because basically one person fell in love with his AI waifu. And then crippled every single ship in the fleet bar 2.
Again,
You are
I
telling
actually
me
hate that plot device. Carry on.
You are telling me not a single person in Colonial Fleet decided to fact-check this doctor's work when they input it across every ship in the fleet. And not just the big ships. Every single fighter, every single civilian ship, everything. And then of the military ships, nobody noticed a component going up that wasn't properly meant to be that's not mentioned anywhere. And that no one then decided, because I can believe they might not necessarily bother, but that no one noticed it and then decided to mess with it. Because you know at least one engineering chief will go, I don't remember that.
Also, you'll have some technician fiddling around and going, what if I do this and just try and turn it upside down or something?
Or some engineering NCO going, this talks to this system, this system, this system. This talks to all the critical systems of the ship. And I don't remember the TSB going out to put this in here.
Nope.
I'm going to put in a failsafe known as 3/4 of a gram of C4 with a detonator linked to my cell phone or cell phone equivalent. So that if things start going squirrely, I can just, boop, and have it go poof.
I have issues with the tech of Battlestar Galactica in terms of why they focus on fighter, but I can look over that for it looks cool.
Yes.
I'll allow rule of cool to work until the fact that you've now removed that rule of cool by removing the fleet, which made it cool. I would have much rather, half the colonies have been nuked. We are on the back foot. Most of the fleet has been taken out. But there's still this core group of ships that are still able. Perhaps there is groups retreating, so we've had to dispatch some people to try and make this escape fleet work. Have it so that, most of the Admiralty is now dead. Well, who do you go to? Adama is now one of the most senior in terms of how long he's been in the fleet and is well respected.
Yeah. So
he then gets forced into a position of, he doesn't want this clearly, but then he would actually be forced into it by, hey, chain of command says you're up.
I
And not
would-
having
well,
so
I
that a minister of education now controls everything and then has politics ruin everything for 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. It's a case of no, under those scenarios, we're now all operating under fleet rules. So whilst civilian matters will be dealt with by you, all military matters will go through me, and go through us, and we'll have a combined leadership to an extent. There are so many issues with that.
Yeah, it just irks me a lot.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
I
on
think
West
someone
Pegasus.
wanted to make West Wing in space. I sometimes, when I'm looking at that, I seriously think someone wanted to make West Wing in space. Okay. Runon, because I think you're younger. You're younger than Seneca, and Seneca has popped back in.
Thunderbirds.
How old are you, Runon?
Never ask a
I'll
lady
be-
her age. Say your own if you want to,
Sorry.
Seneca, but never ask a lady her age.
28. 28.
Seneca's younger.
Okay, Seneca first then.
Okay.
I just saved your life there, Seneca. That is rookie error. You never ask a lady their age. Never.
Yeah, that's.
Unless that lady's ruin on. In which case you'll
Yeah.
forget you said it about in like a couple of minutes.
Hey, Foxo, you can't see it, but I'm giving you a
The
one
world's
finger
smallest,
salute.
world's smallest violin. Carry on, Seneca.
I think the Tomorrow War from Amazon is a strong contender, even if it's just one movie. Because what do you mean aliens invade and we send people forward in time to fight the alien instead of preparing for the alien invasion now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really strong contender. That's the one thing that sticks in my mind as that's probably the worst sci-fi thing out there.
Oh yeah.
It's not a sci-fi franchise, but I don't.
They were
I
planning
don't
on
really
making it into a franchise. It just bombed so badly they didn't.
Yeah, and it bombed rightly. Yeah, that's my take. The whole premise is flawed. Imagine what you could do if you sent back the tech from the future back in time and then prepare for an alien invasion as a single-minded Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Next one, Runon.
Thunderbirds.
Okay. We don't need it. We've heard you explain that many, many times. We don't need you to cover that one.
Don't get me wrong. It's cool. But Thunderbirds.
Okay. For mine, I'm sorry, it's Avatar, and there's two reasons. One, you send Marines and you don't expect them to have relations with the locals. Everyone saw that God coming. The moment you send Marines, you know they're going to have relations with the locals. It's basically you send a whole load of Casanovas. Two, you're a space power that can cross differences between galaxies and planet and to go to different planets. You're telling them that your best option for this fuel is to go to a planet which has an indigenous, a huge indigenous population, which you have to pacify and integrate with. And then if you're so up your own beliefs that you are prepared to strip mine an entire planet belonging to another indigenous species, why the frigate aren't you just glassing them from space?
I think the unobtainium is a result of the trees. The trees produce it. It's like the sap of
No.
the stuff
No.
the trees.
Nope.
No.
It's
not.
But
really.
it is said orbital bombardment would destroy it.
Yeah. Because it would start a chain reaction, isn't it? Yeah, that's the thing. But you could do
And
orbital bombardment with biological weapons and wipe them out.
Also, they have this other thing, the stuff like whale stuff that's also really valuable.
Yeah, but
And now
that's not why they're there in the first place. But in the nicest way, what you could
that's
have.
a bonus.
That's a bonus. You could have done, and before we sort of thinking, well, there's biological weapons. There's also you could bombard it with stuff which is just going to change the makeup of the makeup of the atmosphere. Literally, you do not need.
you don't
if you've
need-
got all that capability or that technology, why are you getting down and fighting a ground war in a scenario where you're going to be outnumbered and surrounded by locals, and you're just going to be spending your whole time dealing with locals?
So it's like humans have been throwing rocks since before we walked up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I gotta recommend the third movie that just came out of Avatar. It's a really good movie.
Yeah. Damn.
So, I mean, there are a huge number of sci-fi franchises that I've kind of just glanced at and run away from, which I can't even remember. So, this is a somewhat limited pool. I never got Farscape. Just never got it. And couldn't understand what people got interested about it with or anything. Which certainly it seems to have been a big thing for a lot of my peers, which shows my age. And
People
also,
who play RuneScape Classic.
and the other thing which I'm not a particular fan of is I do find the 40k stuff gets kind of tiresome.
Yep.
It's very trope heavy and it just repeats the same thing, and I'm having spent many decades now watching Games Workshop doing their level best to get more and more people addicted to plastic crack and then make small changes and suddenly the army you've been building for years doesn't exist or something's happened to it is really, really annoying.
Mhm.
And the lore is also superficially fun, but it just
lacks depth.
it just gets tiresome pretty damn quickly.
Yep.
In my opinion.
The reason I'm interested in naval history is because I got bored of Warhammer 40k and then Drax videos got recommended to me.
Well, I somehow picked up World of Warships, and started watching Drax videos from that.
Yeah, I watched Warhammer 40k lore videos to fall asleep to, and then I discovered Dry Dock, and now I fall asleep to Dry Dock.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Well,
It's gonna sound strange.
It does
but-
give you good dreams.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it sounds a bit. Dan more has more issues with the Warhammer community and GW than the actual setting.
No,
'Cause
I find the setting annoying in various ways because a lot of the stuff feels illogical.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
And yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah, a lot of the stuff is. I mean, it's not actually the. Weirdly, it is not. I can forgive the kind of the fandom, and at one point I was, but it was I was back in the days when I think it was second edition.
I think the trouble I have with Warhammer 40k is I feel the prices for a lot of the stuff have gone up from when I was younger, a lot pricier.
I don't know. It was always
That's how inflation works.
Yeah. Yes, but it's gone up more than inflation.
Unreasonably much, yeah.
There There are, I would say, no. There are sections where it's good. I would say entry level is about the same, but I'd say if you want to go further into hobby, that's where the prices start to rise. So if you're talking about getting the battle teams and those things, the entry level options, they're still a good pricing to get you in. But then the moment you want to go further than that, let's say I want to add a tank, I want to add this, the prices have gone up. And I know that I'm speaking this as someone who has a massive armor collection.
I guess then the counterpoint is me as someone who has only gotten to Warhammer within the past only gotten to buying the models within the past 8 years. Honestly, no, the prices are entirely within what I would expect.
Whereas you see, I've been doing it for about 33, 34 years.
Yeah, but right. So I have went back and compared, and the answer is it's not as much as you think. Like, remember, it used to be multiple pounds for a single set of 3 orc boys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do see one comment from Smiling Flip Flops, which if your flip flops are smiling at you, I'm not certain how to parse that. Anyway, there are hobbies which have an expensive entry cost and expensive upkeep costs, or expensive upkeep costs. A woodworking is an expensive entry cost. Video games are an expensive upkeep, or automotive can be an expensive upkeep cost, depending upon how you get into
woodworking. Bench saw over there. We can testify.
Well, hang on, Dragon. Depending upon how you get into that particular hobby and how you work that hobby. Warhammer is both expensive on the startup and it's expensive on the upkeep. Especially if you are in it for collecting the models and painting the models and getting additional armies.
And I would say this as someone who also has an N-gauge railway habit and various other models, various other things. Yeah. Warhammer it's good on the entry level. I would say it's good on the entry level, but I would say, I know where you're coming from, because compared to other things, but I would say a lot of hobbies suffer from the policy of, because we can charge that much, we do charge that much.
Yeah.
And this is my problem occasionally with Warhammer, because I know more about the costings of some of the stuff they're putting together. And I am.
So, right, as someone who plays Space Marines, which is one of the most ubiquitous factions in the game, but in particular I play Dark Angels, so I have to buy upgrade sprues for my
drywall eaters, he means.
A nice way.
Fox, for this moment, quiet. Please,
Iron Walls forever. Iron Walls forever.
So,
sorry, you just don't have enough dogs for me.
Recently, I got a Fellblade.
Caradon Astra.
The Fellblade is a Titanic scale unit. It is not something you will see deployed in a standard game unless you're going nuts.
Or you're with my family.
It recently went down from £250 to about 118. Games Workshop have actively reduced prices in many areas, reducing upkeep. As for expensive upkeep cost, no offense, but if you're going to constantly want to buy stuff to do stuff, of course it's going to be expensive. It kind of any hobby, like I can go to any of multiple different hobbies, and it's more like the fact that playing D&D is in occasions more expensive than
I think one of your
Warhammer.
points there might not be as much of a win as you think it was, because they reduced it from £250 to £118, and they're still making enough to justify making it, which means they're still making enough of a profit to justify making it on it, which means they reduced it by a total of £132.
Because they've changed how they're making it. It's no longer resin. It's now a much more accessible model to people. It's also much easier to build now because it no longer is no longer literally classed as a expert kit. And I can tell you, the previous kits were annoying to work on. And to be honest, yes, £118 is still a lot. It is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But counterpoint, 108. It is still not a unreasonable one because the company has to make money too.
Oh, I agree.
However, with D&D, model railroads, I'm going to include digital art in that because digital art does have a high startup cost depending upon what level you want to start at, but you can get away with almost no upkeep cost. No one is going to come in and then essentially hold a gun to your head and say, buy more models or get out of the hobby, which
No
is
one's-
what.
No one's
doing
gonna tell
that
you-
in Warhammer.
No one's telling you that in Warhammer.
Hang on.
Go on. No. Like, sorry, not Rune. Sorry, Fox. We'll let Rune continue. We'll let Rune continue.
When they go and they overhaul the rules and they completely invalidate army build styles, which Games Workshop has done in the past, that means you have to
Nice.
go and get different units. You have to get additional units, different units, or start almost from zero, depending upon how focused in on one particular build or another you were. We saw this at the end of 9th with Plasma and Scepters.
You mean Hellblasters? Or
No, Plasma
No.
and Scepters.
what do you mean by plasma inceptors here then? Because
The flying Gravis
flying.
twin
yeah.
arm
Yeah, I know. I've got a squad.
at the end of 9th, they were the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. And then GW realized, oh snap, we overtuned these and nerfed them into the ground.
They're still usable though.
Yeah.
Yes, but there was a massive influx on the secondary market of plasma inceptors once they were nerfed.
But
I
that's,
know because I kept an eye on it.
that's in a lot of hobbies though. Of oh well, this update has resulted in us thinking this is no longer. It's literally the whole thing of oh well, my army's no longer meta. I've sold my entire army.
Yeah.
There are
it's-
meta chasers who do that. A lot of people don't. The average person who's playing 40k, a lot of people grumbled about Primaris, right? A lot. Saying, oh, they're forcing me to have to get an entirely new army.
The fun thing is, there's
Acco-
someone here who lived through all this and was a part of all
According,
this.
I also was part of it because that's when I got into it.
Yeah, yeah, that's when
in
you joined it.
particular,
That
though,
was just
in
the
particular,
mid-Malware.
I have talked with multiple Games Workshop employees and the stores. Not a single one of them would tell you you're not allowed to use your original models. The only person allowed to do this is official. Would be official tournaments.
And
I
frankly-
would,
frankly,
Dragon,
with
I would
any
be
hobby-
careful on that saying that one, because I know that's the policy now. But when I was around in that period, was going through it, there were ones who were trying to say you couldn't, and it led to actually a fair number of managers actually having to get fired because that's the only way they can enforce it. So it caused all sorts of things to be fought on backlashes because the original guidance from Games Workshop was misunderstood, let's say, and it caused all sorts of fun things. So yeah, that was a fun time to be involved in the hobby. But anyway, let's move on to the next question because we can talk Games Workshop and the politics of GW for a very, very long time. Black Horse, what instance in history during World War I or World War II would you like the destroyers to get their way? Example, the destroyers get their way and get to tow the Italian ship Polar home. I'm sorry, it's going to be that for me. Because that would have been fun, and a tribal class destroyer coming home, towing an Italian cruiser, going woohoo into Alexandria, would just be a fun one. But everyone else, when would you like it? When would you like destroyers to get their way?
What was
I
the
would
one
like-
that? Go ahead, Dan.
Bismarck.
Yeah.
The Polish capture Bismarck.
Oh, good lord.
I was going to say, I wish the tribals had been had been with Hood and Prince of Wales and been able to keep up, so that they'd had destroyers which could keep up with them in the North Atlantic. So suddenly, you have them going in as well, or probably providing a smokescreen for Hood and things, whilst Hood closes the danger zone.
Oh, yeah, they'll provide a smoke screen while also trying to launch their torpedoes, because let's be honest, it's tribals. They'll be trying to launch their torpedoes any chance they get.
They're going to be closing to gun range.
No, it's not gun range, it's baked bean range.
Get me closer, I wish to hit him with my cutlass.
Oh, Yeah. Anyone else? When do you think destroyers should have got their way?
Never, I'm a battleship supremacist. Destroyers are small and smelly.
Also-
I would like to see what did Glowworm go up against? Was it Prince?
Hipper.
Admiral Hipper.
It was Hipper? Yeah, I'd like to see Glowworm sink Hipper.
What if you manage to get her torpedoes into the side? That would be a very embarrassing day to be the Germans.
Yeah. If Glowworm won that fight, that would be a very, very, very embarrassing day.
Also fun would be the Johnston versus Yamato.
Okay.
Yeah, if they got the way. Like, Yamato.
They did get their way, though.
Did they, though? Did they win?
Yeah! They did their job, they managed to score a strangely high amount of kills. And the landing and the escort carriers got away.
Yeah. It would have been fun if Yamato got sunk there instead of the Johnston.
I would just love to see the recriminations in the Japanese High Command if that happens.
Yeah, they'll just deny it.
You can't deny that.
No, it
Yes,
would
you
just
can.
make Americans insufferable more than they normally are.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
You're not American, you're Californian in soul.
Ouch, that's worse. Especially because I'm not even from California. I've never been to California. I don't want to go to California. That means I have to be under New Scope.
Silence, Californian.
I'm having fun with something like
Are you
Silence Californian me. I'll silence Brit you.
Runon? You're Virginian or?
Yes, I am on the exact opposite side of the country.
Honorary Californian.
No,
Okay.
I think the point about that is that it means that she is about as close to California as we are in Britain to, I want to say Moscow
Potentially.
or possibly Athens.
What do you call the
Look,
Californian equivalent?
Stafford, anytime I hear Canadians are taking their clothes off and it's in combat scenarios, I hide. A, I don't want to see it, and B, in a nice way, I don't want to bear witness to another one of those scenarios. Okay? I just don't. I don't.
I think
And
that-
I every time I think about those poor German U-boaters who are just faced with the full Canadian vegetable majesty coming down the ladder towards them, such that they cannot actually fire at them or fight back until they have taken over their boat, just traumatizes me. Okay?
Yeah, because it technically wouldn't be a war crime to go into battle naked, would it? I mean, technically, you're not wearing a uniform.
If everyone's naked, it is a uniform.
Anyway, I just need to point out, me and Dragon need to get going 10 minutes. Get going in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I need to go.
Okay.
It's after midnight.
All right. I don't know how many questions we've got to go. Anyone? Timu, how many questions do we have left?
We have, not that I'm Team U, but we have 15 or so.
Okay. Well,
We ingested
I'll finish
50.
I'll finish them off. So let's say the Dutch decide to purchase 2 battlecruisers built in either Germany. This is from Irigenderia.
Irgendwo.
No, I'm not trying to pronounce that. 2 battlecruisers built in either Germany or Britain and had them in service by late 1913. Does this have an effect on the Washington Naval Treaty? It's going to depend on how big and how powerful they are. Probably not. But again, it's going to be a case of the Dutch would theoretically have the capability to build new ones. And theoretically would have that capability. So, in the nicest way, they would have the capability, they contain them, so they might well be invited into the treaty. And also, there are various problems with keeping. Let's put it this way: there were even problems in 1920 with the nations they kept out, keeping them out. They made decisions as to why they kept them out, but it really wasn't necessarily. It really was a hard-fought discussion.
Yeah. Same.
It's interesting. Anyone else perspective on that?
2 secs. I lost track of which year it was.
13.
Only Britain and the US have got the capacity to build them.
Yeah.
And the British will have taken them over if they were any good.
Well, they were in service with the Dutch by 1913, so.
Oh.
So nice way you're not getting them back. Once they're already been delivered, they're not getting them back.
No, sorry, I missed that. I thought they'd ordered them in 1913. No, 2 1913 era battle cruisers are not going to have a significant impact in the Washington Naval Treaty.
No. It's going to depend on how big they are and what they're doing, but you know.
Because it's also worth remembering because the Dutch were involved because they were one of the 8 powers involved in the associated treaties over China.
Yeah.
So they were there.
They weren't in the naval treaty section.
No, but they were.
If they in this, they were there, so they would have been added in probably potentially with this. But you know, and it's if they are, the thing is if you're ordering them in 1913, if you're ordering from the UK, they could theoretically be Tigers. They could if they were to get them delivered in late 1913, they could be Tigerish or Queen Mary-ish, something between that. So they could be quite interesting ships. They could be Congo style ships with 14-inch guns, etc., and all those things. So they are possibly going to be powerful enough, big enough and powerful enough that they are going to get included in the treaty. They were there, but there's a difference between they were there negotiating the China treaty. That doesn't mean they were involved in anything involved in the naval treaties, because there was a lot of statusing going on there, and there was the China treaty people were, oh, you here for the China treaty only sort of thing. There was a huge amount of egos going on there. There was a huge amount of egos. Then we have Foxo. Your question. In 1919, a stationary 14th century Norman Welsh castle is found floating in North Atlantic. It's found by the British, roughly 70 miles off Brest. The land is 1 mile by 1 mile, 1 by 1 by 1 mile. How does it affect World War II? I'm not sure why there are free 1 miles on this one.
It's a mile wide, a square mile, and the island's a mile deep. It's like a floating rock in the Atlantic.
Okay. So it's floating. It's not tied to the ocean floor.
No, it's quite literally Castle in the Sky style.
Okay. Well, as it's got a diagonal across it of 1.4 miles, you can build a runway on it. The British in 1919 are less worried about history than at any other point. And if the British find it in 1919, they're going to claim it. The fact they didn't find it earlier, they're going to be slightly disturbed by. They're probably... How is it going to develop? It's probably going to be used as a sort of oceanic reconnaissance base with an airfield on it, etc., for most of that period, until you get to World War II, when it's going to be really useful for dealing with anything trying to get out of Brest.
Yeah, and the thing probably gets some turrets.
At some point, probably not in 19... If it's found in 1919, it's less likely to get turrets, because you think about it, by the time they might give it guns at the same time they put guns on in Singapore, the 15-inch guns in Singapore, but it's basically it's going to be they're not going to be turrets. They're going to be gun emplacements, single guns,
Yep.
positions, sort of thing.
The
Also,
main issue is going to be getting
anti-aircraft.
up to it.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing, getting up to it. But that'll be
Wait, is it a mile high, mile up?
No, it's in the cloud. So it's at,
Oh,
I was assuming
10,
like 5,000 to 7,000 feet.
Um,
yeah, I guess
Oh,
your cloud height.
yeah, which is going to make it very very fun. It's going to make it. You're probably going to need to worry about air defense more than anything else.
you're going to use a load of captured German Zeppelins for getting stuff up there, I'd guess.
That's going to be the starting force, yes.
You're less going to need artillery so much as you could get some decent range with even just something medium caliber.
Yeah, but if you put a 15-inch 42 up there, just imagine what you can bombard in World War II.
Paris. Paris.
No, you wouldn't put a 15-inch. This would be a perfect use case for the Vickers 14-inch of the day.
No, they're being built for the new battleships. They're using all the 15-inch 42 stock they have, which they have tons of. Night, Leslie. Take care.
But are there any 18-inch
Everyone.
guns kicking around?
Not at that point.
But still, how are you getting those guns up there in the 30s?
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin builds a crane, and then the crane gets it up there.
Because you can build you're building mine. You've got mines running pretty darn deep. But
you probably end up. This is going to sound strange. You probably build up a crane system, but you also probably build a mine the whole way through it, so that you can actually have a crane lower down from the base to the ocean, pick stuff off ships, and take it up.
the other.
It'll be fun.
I'm afraid I'm being very heterosexual male, and I'm just being distracted by the spelling in the question. Sorry.
Oh?
Okay.
Breast is spelled BREST.
Yeah, that's how I spelled it.
No, you put the A in there.
And added an S on after it.
Okay, so that'll be autocorrect. Don't mind that.
That's autocorrect. Don't worry. I was avoiding it, but yes, poor Dan was distracted.
Well, no, it was only because I was just watching a geology YouTube video about the Grand Tetons National Park and the mountains there.
I have told you before. Stop watching geology videos on YouTube. It never does you well. It always stirs you up.
Yeah,
Okay.
redacted joke, redacted hard,
But things
redacted.
happen so quickly in geology. It's a dynamic field. Some of those rocks were some of the rocks were 2 billion years old, and some of them were 1.8 billion years old.
Okay.
Yeah, but you gotta understand it's a very hard field to get into.
Okay, Silesia.
Which is
Say
God.
it's pretty ossified in the community.
Silesia,
Well,
what if the East Asia Squadron run into the Royal Australian Navy in the Central Pacific during World War One? Do they have a chance of surviving? Nope.
No.
HMAS Australia goes lunch.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Um,
me and Dragon do need to be getting going, and
Go on.
so does
I
Dan
need to-
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go. I was just going to make another joke about geology.
Do you want to take
Yeah.
a stab at that AL event? Because otherwise, I ain't going to be able to answer it.
Where's the SLA
While we're
event?
here,
Oh yeah, night.
Yeah, the question
Yeah.
9 from
Yeah,
night.
I
Well,
gotta
hey.
head out too.
Yeah,
Oh, I was-
I've not
yeah.
actually.
Sorry, in the SLA Christmas event, a note through the firmament, the commander is offered a choice: a perfect future offered by Helena Meta, or an imperfect future. So, which would you choose?
I've not got to that point in the event, so I don't know the full context around it, because there's going to be stuff about it. But Helena Meta is a ship I trust almost implicitly at this point, and they're also just one of my favourite ships in game, as is.
I would say I would go for the imperfect future because it's always more interesting than the perfect future. But we'll leave that to one side.
Not when currently the imperfect could be humanity's dead.
Yeah, but
Like
on
all
the
of
other
reality
hand,
is gone.
on the other hand, perfection can't exist. There's a perfect future just snaps the universe out of existence.
I'm assuming perfect future is basically things go the best way possible for us.
Mm-hmm.
So, personally, and again, I trust Helena Meta, and I know some of the other shenanigans that's going on. So, yeah, all hail God Empress Queen Elizabeth, ruler of the Imperium of Queen Elizabeth, because that's probably where that'll end up going.
Okay. Right then.
Yeah, might need more context. So,
Anyway,
have a good
night.
Take care, on. Toodles. Go off and get some rest.
Dan, that's you. Means you too.
Yeah, I'm switching over to the to my phone so that whilst I'm brushing my teeth, join in.
Okay. Take care. Kingdom of Vinland. How effectively could HMS Eagle have been at the Battle of Jutland? She would have dominated the Battle of Jutland. Literally, if you had Eagle-type carrier at the Battle of Jutland, able to launch and recover reconnaissance aircraft, and carrying that large an air group, and able to keep up with the fleet as she could have done, she would have dominated at the Battle of Jutland. And
Yeah.
in terms of information provided, that would allow Jellicoe to smash the High Seas fleet several times over.
And then hopefully smash BT over the head with something large and blunt, like possibly a dreadnought.
That sounds like it's something that might hurt the dreadnought. He's got a hung off head. Black Horse. What if if the British were to agree? British agreed to do convoys. Now, Admiral King wanted how Admiral King's wanted in the beginning of World War II, even though the Royal Navy would be under the command of the U.S. Navy.
But why?
Why are they going to do that? What's in it for them? What's in it for the British to let the Americans have that much control over the convoy system before the Americans are even involved in the war on the British side? And there's also the problem that the American convoy plan was... It had good points in it, but it was not necessarily a well thought through plan for the realities of convoy warfare in World War II versus World War I. It had a lot of experience going into it, but that experience was a little bit differential. So I'd say it's a case of the British could have agreed to it, but it would probably have led to issues. The Royal Navy didn't object to working with other people being in charge. It didn't really bother them much. The Royal Navy would just go, yes, you're the overall forces commander. By the way, we're putting an officer as task force commander or task group commander. And so you would have strategic command and they'd retain operational command. That's how the Royal Navy tends to play it. You'll see that a lot if you look through history. The Allies have strategic command. They have the high command. That's fine. The Royal Navy has the operational command, and that's what they care about. Steve. So to the battlecruiser question and the no Jutland, if there is a no... If there is no big armoured clash, when do you think the Royal Navy get the carriers ready to strike the Jones imported torpedo aircraft? That was coming. That was coming already by the time you have Jutland. That's already on the as a thing on the table. I think if they haven't got to devote the resources they do to recovering from Jutland and various other things after that, it might get there sooner, it might not. But, you know, these things happen and it's already being fought through. The interesting thing is if they hadn't paused some of the work in 1915, then I think it could have been there a lot sooner. I don't think of being a Taranto Wilhelmshaven because, in a nice way, a lot of things hadn't been developed, including, well, you see, we use the fluffy submarine and the fluffy torpedo here. So, the advantage of launching a torpedo from a submarine is it is already in the water. So, no transition between mediums. However, if we put this down here, if you are launching from an aircraft, the torpedo has to go into the water. And as I said before, it's front nose heavy because that's where the explosive warhead is. So it has a habit of doing that, which makes it go deep into the water and hit things like the floor, especially in shallow places like harbours when you want to attack them. So you first of course develop fins, and then the British also develop a tension wire system so that the torpedoes belly flop, which is what they use in Taranto in 1940, which is why it's so effective. No one else develops a tension wire system to actually use it, and a lot of people work on the fins. But, and just put it back here, so it's all nice and fine. But, and this is the point, that wouldn't have been developed in time for Wilhelmshaven. So it would have probably led to a lot of torpedoes hitting the bottom, but I doubt you would have found the issue you had there. I doubt you'd have had any issue with the torpedo nets, because from what I've seen from pictures and studied, the Germans get pretty lax about torpedo nets at Wilhelmshaven as the war goes on, because they don't see how a torpedo boat can get in there, and that's what their main threat is they're thinking of. They are my educational props. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if Greece and Italy sided with Germany in World War I? Let's say the Austrians gave land concessions for this to occur. Okay, if Greece and Italy side with Germany in World War I, it probably still ends as it does, historically. But you probably have the Royal Navy and the Royal Navy and the French Navy fighting quite a large battle in the Mediterranean against the Austro-Italian force, which is probably going to spend most of the time arguing with each other rather than fighting alongside each other. You possibly get the Ottomans. The Ottomans probably actually joined the Allies, because if you've got the Greeks and the Italians joining the German side, then honestly that's a threat to Ottoman security, so the Ottomans will probably end up joining the Allies, which means you could end up with the British sending supplies to Russia through the Suez around Africa, through the Suez Canal and into the Black Sea through the Straits, and also resupplying the Ottomans a similar way. And
I can see the British seizing quite a few choice islands in the Aegean.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen. But also, you're going to have to see a lot. The British pre-Dreads can mostly deal with pretty much anything the Greeks have. They don't have the Germans. Not sure what happens to Goeben in that scenario. If she goes to the Ottoman Empire, there's one thing. If she stays with, it's going to be fun. But either way, the British probably have to build more, keep building more capital ships during the war. They probably don't get to, those pausing those R's and those other R's, etc. Those things, depending on how quickly it happens with Greece and Italy siding with Germany, those won't be paused because you're going to need them. You're going to need those ships, because you're going to need extra capital ships to go and deal with the problems you're going to have. And because the British are probably going to have to send a battle squadron to assist the French, which means they're going to have to send 9 dreadnoughts off to assist the French. Because that's how 9 British dreadnoughts backing up whatever the French have is probably enough to deal with whatever the Austro-Hungarians and Italians can produce.
Odds on the Italians and the Austro-Hungarians accidentally shooting each other.
Quite high.
Low, medium, or high. Yeah.
Interesting enough, it's going to be
All
interesting to see
brands
what force the British send to assist the Austro-Hungarian, the French. Is it going to be 9 of the 13.5-inch gunships and keep the 12 inches back with the 15-inch ships for Jutland, for the Grand Fleet, or do they send the 12-inch gunships?
It's also when. That's actually.
It's gonna be complicated to deal with. I still think probably the Allies end up winning the war because I can still see America ending up coming in on side, but it's gonna be interesting. And also, let me put it this way: the Italians getting involved, offered land concessions, etc., from the Austrians and all these things. If you have major Italian losses on merchant ships and other things, that's probably going to be issues. And if you have a battle which is indecisive, and both the Austrians and the Italians are blaming each other at sea, that could end up causing them to fall out of the war. At least the Italians do. And it's just going to be it's going to be a bit of a nightmare for the Germans to run that coalition. And adding in the Greeks as well is not going to make it any easier at this point. Chandel, in 1919... Okay, Renan?
Well, I was just going to...
I didn't say anything.
It was me.
Oh, you sound like Runon. Okay, Dan?
Because the Greeks and the Italians are not friends at this point because the Italians have got a load of the Dodecanese.
Yeah, they're not friends either. This is what I mean about the good luck to the Germans in running this coalition. It's going to be waiting to fall apart.
I'm trying to think. It's not so much a coalition of the willing as a coalition of the extremely unhappy.
We haven't started beating each other or fighting each other yet, so we're fighting someone else. But the moment any operations fail, we're going to start declaring war on each other and start blasting away. It's, yeah. It's going to be brutal. It really is. I'm just scrolling through the before anyone else. I've got the questions in 2 sets, and I'm scrolling through the other question, the full question list to see what's coming up. In 1919, Sweden, Norway, Finland, which remained a kingdom under the House of Hesse, and Denmark unite with a capital in Stockholm and buy the Orion-class battleships and Lion-class battlecruisers. How does this affect naval developments in the Baltic, North Sea, and naval treaties? Ouch. If they're buying Orions and Lions, depending on how many they buy, they're going to have an impact on things because that's a significant force sitting in that area, and that's going to cause issues. Our longer term for the treaties, as I said before, Sweden is one of the few nations which didn't build them, which actually has the infrastructure it could have built them. With Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden all united in one nation in 1919. And they've already bought Orion-class and Lion-class battlecruisers, Orion-class battleships and Lion-class... So they've got, let's say, it's 4 Orions and 2 Lion... And Lion-class would be, yeah, Lion and Princess Royal, wouldn't it? Which would... Yeah, Lion and Princess Royal. So they've got, like... 6 capital ships to begin with. Yeah, they're going into the treaty because their next generation they're going to build their own, and everyone's going to know that. So they're going to go into the treaty, and that's going to cause an issue because they've got 4 battleships and 2 battlecruisers. They've got 6 capital ships. They're probably going to go into the treaty at the same level as France and Italy. And how does that affect naval developments in the Baltic, North Sea, and naval treaties? Well, it's going to cause issues because for Germany, the plan of we invade Denmark suddenly becomes we invade Denmark. We're in war with all this. Capitals accept. For some reason, they accept capital in Stockholm. The reason they might accept the capital in Stockholm, Steve Clarke, and I would say this is one thing, is they might accept the capital being in Stockholm purely from the perspective of it being safer from air attack than Copenhagen. And what they might have is a case of it might be, you know. It would have to be how did it unite, but if it's united in such a way that Stockholm is the capital, it's probably united out of fear. Fear of air attack, fear of threat of the enemy, fear of threat of them losing Denmark in any future of them being invaded and overrun. So yeah, they're making Stockholm the capital purely because of its defensibility. But if they do it, then it's going to be interesting. Both could probably accept Oslo. Yeah, but do they really want the Oslo? I don't think the Swedes would accept Oslo either. But I'm not sure if the Finns would accept Oslo. I think they might go with Stockholm because it's the closest capital to the centre of them. Because if you've got Finland as well as Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Stockholm's sort of in the middle of them. But hey, Slider, what happens if Fisher wins and gets all capital ships from Lion laid down as non-perilous? Non-perilous? 30 knots with 4 13.5-inch or 15-inch guns, 9-inch belt. That's not very good. I doubt he'd win, though. In the nicest way, it wouldn't... I'm presuming it's 4 turrets, because 4 guns would not be what they would buy. They'd want a lot more... Fisher would want a lot more than 4 guns in that period. Yeah, if Fisher gets that and gets all the capital ships, then the Royal Navy's at a massive disadvantage ship on a ship. And I doubt they go that way, so it's not going to happen. But that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Sweden like that. That'd be a very powerful nation to stick up in the north. In Northern Europe, but it would have a large land border of Russia, which it would have to secure. It would have the Baltic it would want to dominate. It would need to dominate, and it would have the Danish border it would have to worry about. So it would be interesting, but it would have the strategic depth to play with. And it would have the human capital. It could reinforce itself far better, and it would have internal lines of logistics as long as it could maintain control of the sea. So it would be interesting. Yeah, this is the alternate history one. AH, not the regular history one. It's still there. Alright. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if one of the Erzert York class was sold to Denmark and one to Netherlands before the end of the war? More are being built to compensate for the sales. Potentially they get finished off if they're in a state to be sold. They're in a state to be potentially finished off, and then that's useful. Honestly, the Dutch would probably use. I could see using it. The Danish having it. It probably hangs around in Copenhagen. Does a cruise to Iceland and Greenland every year. Gets barely modernized, barely upgraded in the 20s and 30s, and is probably in sort of working condition in World War II. Probably, as long as it's working and crewed, which all their ships were, it probably does get out when Denmark's invaded. It probably does escape and becomes, well... be interesting. What it would do in World War II is an interesting thing. Because you have to remember, there was the order given to their captains that they flee to the nearest neutral Nazi opposed port, and then scuttle the ship if that's not possible. And that was given out in 1940. Later on in 1943, even in 1940, they were trying to get ships out. So I would say something like that they'd get out. But then again, the Navy doesn't get much funding, so the ship won't be that useful. It really won't be that useful. But it might get out and get to the UK. In which case, the UK probably goes, "Thank you very much. We can think of something to use you for. If not, we can use your crew to crew a lot of Flyer class corvettes."
Right, I'm going to sign off.
Take care.
Night, all.
As for the Dutch one, I'd say that probably does get slightly better upgraded. It probably has things like Hazemare on it, and it probably does get it could well be sitting in the Dutch East Indies, in which case it probably forms the core part of the force, probably has a senior admiral, much more senior than the one who was historically lost, and he probably has decent staff with it. So that could end up being the cornerstone ship. If 4C happens as it did historically, that could end up being the cornerstone ship of that particular force of ABDA command, which would be interesting because they'd have far more capability there. Again, it's not a particularly great ship for that period, but it'll do. Yes, at York's, hopefully it's been sped up a bit, because otherwise it needs a lot of work done on it. But so no, at York, it's still better than the cruisers that they fight, especially if it's been modernised. There's a song going? I didn't hear a song. Black Horse. What happens if a more competent person was in control of HMS Courageous in World War II? Okay, I'm not going to say the commander of Courageous wasn't competent. I disagree with the decisions he makes. I see his logic, but I don't agree with it. I wouldn't say that's a lacking in competence. I'd say that's more a case of someone who's not really cognizant of the fact they're at war. And I'd say, therefore, how do I put this? It sometimes takes a while for people to realize they're at war. The example I tend to give, because he used it himself, Captain Blackhouse, later on Admiral Blackhouse, who was a commander of HMS, in command of HMS Invincible during the Falklands War, and he was sitting there as missiles were coming in, and he went fire one, as an air threat was coming in, fire one, fire two, and then he had to think, and then he remembered, hang on, we're at war, fire three, fire four, fire five, fire six, because you're at war. In peacetime exercises, you fire 2 shots. In wartime, you fire until the enemy's dead. And this is the thing. Courageous, when we look at what happens to her and Glorious, Courageous is doing ASW operations. And she's carrying them out by the textbook. She probably shouldn't have been out there doing them because she's a fleet carrier, but the Royal Navy's doctrine was to use carriers for ASW operations along with sloops. There weren't enough sloops. I would argue she should have been maneuvering at higher speed, but she wasn't able to be. And my main objection with Courageous' deployment isn't the captain necessarily. It's people thinking, Yeah, let's use we've used we haven't got any cruiser carriers available. Let's send a full fleet carrier for this operation. That's my problem on Courageous. On Glorious, that's also another a captain who's not yet I think in the war mode, because otherwise, even if you are having a dispute with anyone, why do you not have an aircraft up, keeping a spot on? Why not have an aircraft up in the air to keep a spot on, to tell you what's going on around you? It seems absolutely absurd not to. Take care. Well, yeah, that's probably a little young, Doc. Okay. Black Isles. What if the Panama Canal was built larger? How would it affect shipbuilding during the World Wars? The limit would then be whatever the larger size of the Panama Canal was for the US Navy. But believe it or not, building it larger is going to many times increase the complication of building that canal. It is built as wide as it can be in certain points without massively increasing the cost because of the material you're building it through. And other points, it's of course limited in width by the size of its locks. And again, building them bigger is always a fun one.
The biggest thing I can think of is a lot of the U.S. fast battleships are probably going to have actually positively buoyant bows relative to the real world design.
Right then. So, next question. And I think this might be the last question. Silastar. Why did destroyer steam conditions lag behind large iron vessels, i.e. 300 psi until the weapons, whilst larger ships went up to 450 psi? Because they didn't need it. And because they're getting enough speed, they're getting enough capability for what they want. Upgrading them adds in a whole new training stream, adds in a whole new logistics stream of supporting the things, and you have to recondition not just the destroyers, but also the destroyer tenders, etc., to support the new ships. You have to do all the facilities, everything. It's just easier. And then people can swap from sloops to destroyers and back again, and let's put it this way. There are reasons to upgrade. There are good reasons. And if war hadn't happened when it did happen, i.e. if it happened if it had waited after 1942, I think you'd have found a large chunk of the Royal Navy destroyer force was already upgraded to 450 psi boilers. That would have been the boiler upgrade that many of them were going through in their midlife upgrade. That would have been what the new ones would be being built with. And even some of the newer old ones would be getting a boiler upgrade with their boiler tuning. Let's be honest, things like the tribals were going for a new boiler every 2 to 3 years. They'd probably have got one by then. But the thing is, it was wartime, and so the weapons are realistically the first class when they're looking at it going, the odds are these things either come in at peace or we're fighting a war against Japan, which means we are supporting it all the way out there. We already have the facilities out there to support it. We can do this. So that's it. With that being said, I think that is the last question. And I get to say Merry Christmas to all of you. Hope you have a wonderful time in about, less than 3 days' time now. Santa Claus is going to be wandering around the world. I hope you enjoyed the video put up on Friday. And yeah, thank you for being here. Sorry we didn't get through more questions, but this is I try and keep the panel small when we have alternate history questions. And I think I'm going to have to be tighter on that again in future, because it's amazing once you add in even one extra person over the 5 number, how rapidly it grows in terms of the length of the answers.
And I was quiet for most of this Bruships because I went
know.
back to some Solar Empire and have been locked in on that for the last.
Since the Solar Emperor is a very good thing to get yourself lost in. Thank you everyone for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, and supporting the channel. Thank you everyone who's members. As I said, for YouTube have said there's something that will happen on Christmas Day. I have no idea. I really don't understand what it is. If I have a certain number of members on the channel, I don't know. I'm just going to look at the analytics and see if I'm anywhere close to that number. Let's see. I'm about 30. I think I'm supposed to be. There's one at 250 members, and I'm at 220, and there's one at 500 members. So I don't think I'm really close to getting either of them. But yeah. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Currently, I'm 30 off the 250 and 280 off the 500. So I doubt I don't know. I don't think I'll get to any of them. But yeah, there is supposed to be something that happens. So we never know. You never know with this channel. I never know, because sometimes I get a whole. I suddenly find I get a whole load of memberships gifted, and I'm sitting there going, okay. Usually at that point, it's one of 3 people I have to say thank you to. But also sometimes I get a rapid growth in memberships by other means. And I never know why, but thank you for people for the support you do, and thank you for making this all possible. I have no idea what was it they said would happen. I have an email somewhere. I've got so many emails for YouTube recently because and this is something which I'm gonna put a little bit at the end of this video again. A little bit while this week I've been mucking around trying to get the bot to work, and there were issues with the bot with it not picking up new videos. And I reset it, and at the same point I reset it, it seems to have deleted 18 of the older videos. So I'm sorry some of my lives disappeared. I got them back. I had a conversation with YouTube and they restored them very kindly. Had to change all my passwords and everything afterwards. Always fun. But yeah, so if videos disappear in future, unless I've said otherwise, it's been a copyright strike, or I've looked at it and gone, the history is the latest information has come out on that, and rather than just recording a new video and saying that was my old video, this is the new video, I feel I need to take down that video because it's so wrong because of the latest research in that area. If I don't tell you a video's going down, tell me if the video's disappeared, because then I will go hunting for it and I'll have a conversation with YouTube. Also, I am currently trying to work out when is the anniversary of the Shameless Book Plug. You will see there's a comment in the community section on the channel about it. And yeah, I am not sure when I first introduced the Shameless Book Plug. I don't know how old it is. Any suggestions? Gratefully received. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Runon, for all she does to the channel. Thank you, Foxo and Dragon, for being here this evening. Thank you to Dr. Dan for joining us. Thank you to Seneca Nero. Thank you to everyone who's working behind the scenes. Thank you to all the admins who make this channel and the Discord as great as it can be. There will not be a live before Christmas now. The next live is next Saturday. Thank you for everything you have all done and are doing to make this channel as fun as it is for me to do it, and thank you for making it all possible. So thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Hope you have a wonderful time of year, whatever you're doing. Take care. And who knows, when it comes to Saturday night, I might finish it off by having a whole massive sing-along for all of us with Silent Night, or some other lovely carol. How's that sound? I wouldn't be that cruel. Don't worry. Don't worry, I would not be that cruel. As tempting as it might be, I wouldn't be that cruel. Toodles, everyone. Thank you for watching. Good night.